And we are live. Hello, hello. Welcome each and everyone. Happy Friday to everyone. Hope everyone is having a blessed and wonderful Friday so far and having a good um start to the weekend. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and work was not too hectic for anyone. Welcome again to Mystic Sensation Live. To those in television land, thank you so much for joining in. Welcome. And to all our silent viewers, thank you so much. Really appreciate the continued support. Um, just finishing up a little bit of housekeeping here. So Bernie can just take over in the meanwhile. Sorry, guys. Once you're coming in, please remember to thumbs up the live and share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support and subscribe. It will be greatly appreciated.
Yes, gentlemen and ladies, persons in the diaspora, TV land, and our usual Friday settings, right? Once again, we are grateful for you to invite us in your home via social media space, and we are so appreciative of that. Right. As you know, I think majority of who are actually following the Donnelly's case would have realized and be aware by now that the prosecution, the judge, has once again denied bail. And for any persons out there, right, who has any doubt at all as it relates to the strength of the prosecution case, Thursday should have told those persons who have any doubt that the prosecution case is overwhelmingly, let me repeat that, strong. And so then, of course, as it claims to Mr. Townsend, right, who claimed that the prosecution has been clinging on straw and that the only thing that the prosecution has, right, is circumstantial evidence, which is the blood type evidence. Now, let me say this, right? Now, it is a proven fact, right, that the prosecution, right, during the preliminary process of this case, has clearly won the argument, right, won the submission, right, and prove that, of course, Noel Maitland has a case to answer for, right? The prosecution case, right, as I speak, is extremely strong. And where the prosecution is in a comfortable zone. Now, unlike Mr. Townsend, Mr. Townsend is definitely clinging on straw. Tonight, we are going to do some critical thinking as it relates to certain evidences, right? And what is actually playing out. Now, when the case was in the preliminary stage as it relates to the resident magistrate court, right? The submission of the argument is that from the prosecution side, the judge fully agreed that the evidence were convincing enough for this case to move on to the circuit. Now, what we have seen Thursday, right? The first time that it is appeared in the present of the circuit court is that also the circuit court judge right, heard both submission, right, heard the prosecution submission of the case, right, and also agreed that the evidence, right, is overwhelmingly strong. And of course, as a result of that, right, bail was denied. So then now let me wake up Mr. Townsend, because apparently, to be truthful, it appears as if Mr. Townsend is sleeping on the evidence. And I wonder why Mr. Townsend would be sleeping on the evidence. But as lawyer, he's going to try to put his best foot forward. But Mr. Townsend definitely know that the circumstantial evidence, right? And not only circumstantial evidence, the direct evidence are overwhelmingly strong against Noel Maitland. And at this point in time, right, where the prosecution has a duty to disclose all the evidence to the defense team, the defense team would have aware of all the evidences that the prosecution has, right? And I still wondering, as it relates to Noel Maitland, who himself would have been aware of some of the information against him. And so my question is, right, what is Noel Maitland's strategy? Because Noel Maitland and his lawyer, right, would have known very well that the evidence are overwhelming. So I am trying to get into Noel Maitland's mind, and this is one of the reasons why the judge, let me say this to the people, this is one of the reasons why the judge, right, looking at a case like this, right, and denied bail. One of the reasons why the judge would have denied bail, not only that Noel Maitland, right, would, tamper with evidence. I am going to give you roughly about 3 fundamental reasons in this particular case why the judge, right, denied that bail. And this situation should tell Mr. Townsend and tell Noel Maitland that, hey, this is extremely, extremely serious. And the judge accepting, right, the evidence, looking at the evidence and realize that the weight of evidence is extremely strong. So one of the reasons why the judge, right, denied bail, right, is, and I'm going to give you the 3 primary reasons why the judge would have denied bail. So the first one is that when you are considered to be a flight risk, and so Noel Maitland's strategy, right, for me, as it relates to him being a flight risk and him knowing the evidence against him, I think the only reason why Noel Maitland, right, might be want to proceed as it relates to, no, not showing any form of sign to say, well, all right, you don't want to plea, right, his strategy has to be that he wanted to post bail and possible free. When I think of everything, knowing the type of evidence that is against Noel Maitland, and Noel Maitland himself would have known the evidence, the only possible way that I am looking into Noel Maitland's strategy is to try his best to post bail and then flee. That is my thinking as it relates to strategy. So what we are going to do, I am going to get into some of the details, but first we are going to get into the chat, right? and welcome some of the persons. Tonight is going to be very interesting, so I want you to sit tight as we go through. So let us just go into some of the chat, welcome some of our subscribers, right, and thanking them to be on board.
Okay, guys. So again, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. And tonight's topic is Noel Maitland again denied bail, Townsend grabbing at straws. So I'm just going to acknowledge those in the chat. And again, thank you guys so much for your continued support. Okay. Thank you guys for your continued support. Really appreciate it. And Truck Life Jamaica is in the building saying active and good evening, Mystic Sensation. Moderator Joy, Rosalie, and Arlene from Happy Team are here. Welcome, welcome, Happy Team. Happy Saturday to you over there in the Philippines. Moya's Way is here saying hello, host and chat. Lots of love. Welcome. And we also have the Taylors family. Welcome, welcome, Taylors. Thank you so much for being here. And we also have Donna Williams. She's saying blessed Friday to everyone. And thank you for the clarifications. And you're very welcome, Donna. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate your support. And also those on Facebook, welcome. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you guys. And also Miss Brown's family is in the building.
Miss Brown.
Saying blessings to everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate your continued support. Walking Purpose, Monica Miles is also in the building.
Bless yourself, Sister Monica.
Thumbs up, Donahue. Thank you so much for that thumbs up. And Ejam Dan is also in the building. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Hope I did not jump over you just now, but welcome, welcome. Dejani Gordon, Educational Channel, also here saying hello, chat. Welcome, Dejani. Also, Jelin from Happy Team is here. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. And for those who are in television land or silent supporters, again, welcome. And thank you so much. Okay, Baron can continue.
Okay, so let me begin in saying one thing. For persons who may have think that, okay, Mystic sound a bit repetitive. In a case like this, and in any case, right, in the court, right, there are going to be various levels of repetition, going over the evidence, over and over of the evidence, right, so that it, you know, it holds in people's mind, and so that people, you know, can actually articulate it, right? So now let us talk about the bail denied, because I realized that Mr. Townsend, right, is playing down the evidence, right? I don't know what sort of strategy he's appealing to, right? But, you know, as a lawyer, of course, as I said, he's going to try his best, even when the evidence is mounting of evidence, right, that he has to clear. He's going to try to defend his client to the best of his ability. That's what lawyers do, right? So there's no surprise when he's coming out and saying that, okay, all right, it's only circumstantial evidence and so forth. But let me prove to the world why it's 110% guaranteed that the prosecution case is extremely strong. So let me go through. Now, three primary reasons why bail would be denied. Because, you know, as it relates to the criminal justice system, that all persons have a right to post bail. But remember now, let me let the people aware, even although that stated that person have the right to be bailed, it is also not guaranteed by law. So bail is not guaranteed. And one of the reasons, there are several of reasons why bail is not guaranteed. And let me go through some of the reasons. I'm going to go through three of the reasons, right, to show you why bail is not guaranteed. So one, And let me go through, in a chronological way for you to understand. When a person charged for a very serious offense, so let us think about the serious offense. Serious indictment like felony indictment, which is number 3 for persons who are just following the channel. When we talk about number 3, we are talking about murder and we are talking about killing. I will not use that term again, right, as it relates to YouTube policies. I'm just clarifying it, right, for persons to understand and for persons to follow us. So now when you have someone charged for a serious indictment, like a felony indictment, it simply means that the judge, right, can deny bail as it relates to this particular case with Noel Maitland. Very serious indictment. This is a felony indictment. And as I said earlier, that felony indictment, right, cannot tried in the RM court, right? It's only prelim in the RM court. And when the RM court prelim it, the RM court just test it to see if, okay, all right, do we validate the charges or validate the evidence? What do you have before we send it on to the circuit? Now, if the case, right, doesn't reach that threshold, then it would have been squashed, right, in the RM by the judge throwing out the case, or a null prosequi would have done as it relates to that. But to the fact that the prosecution was able to assemble and organize the evidence and presented them, right, into the preliminary stage, and the judge look at it and convince that the prosecution has a solid case and that Noel Maitland has a case to answer for. So that in itself should tell the public that the prosecution case is strong because it moved from RM to the circuit court. Now, in the circuit court, which was Thursday, the judge look at the evidence, hear the submission, right, from both the prosecutor and the defendant, and the judge leaning towards the prosecution in agreement with the evidence, that the evidence is strong. Now, let me tell you why now, some of the reasons why bail now can be denied. One, we talk about flight risk, right? If the court convinced that the person will flee from justice, then the judge has a right to deny that bail. Normally, bail will deny if, said, someone comes from, a foreign country and has the ability to, exit the country. Of course, bail will deny. And if persons who born, right, locally, right, committed serious offense and have certain status in terms of, connections to leave the country, then, of course, bail will deny. Now, let me go to number 2. When the applicant is a dangerous criminal, and that is having indictment like murder. So if in this particular case, right, where the applicant, right, charged for such serious indictment, then bail will deny. I leave out the third one to show people how serious this case is. The third one is, in any felony cases, such as a murder, and where there is strong evidence against the accused, the judge have the right to deny the bail. People, have you heard the third reason why the judge would have denied the bail? And the third reason, going against what Mr. Townsend is saying, Here the third reason, let me repeat the third reason. In any felony cases such as a murder, and where there is strong evidence against the accused, the judge have the right to deny bail. Consider that, people. Okay, so let me shift to Mr. Townsend. And let me just give some people, as it has been heard on one of our YouTube channel, as it relates to Mr. Townsend questioning certain actions as it relates to the forensic expert. And for persons who are following me, those questions that Mr. Townsend is asked curious of Thursday were those three questions that me, myself, and I were also curious of. But if that is what Mr. Townsend is building on as a premise to defend, right, Noel Maitland, I can tell Mr. Townsend that, look, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So here is what Mr. Townsend is speaking about. Mr. Townsend is making a reference to the fact that the forensic expert has visited Noel Maitland more than 3 times prior to the annunciation on the 4th visit that the forensic expert found blood trace evidence. And so then his concern was to say that, okay, whatever found, right, could be red dye, and that there is no proof of Donnelly's blood being found, right? If I am understanding him correctly. And also that he's mentioning or making a reference, and let me say that allegation, what is coming out of the court, that he's making a reference or making inferences to say then the blood, right, that was found in Noel Maitland apartment, right, could have been planted there. No, let me laugh at that. People, I want you to laugh at that. If that is what Mr. Townsend is really alluding to, right, as a QC lawyer, now that is way low the belt. So let me mash up that piece of curiosity that Mr. Townsend have. Number one, the investigators who are investigating, right, did not commit number 3 where Donnelly concerned. So where would the investigators have gotten Donnelly blood? That is the first question I want Mr. Townsend to answer. If you're making any inferences at all, that as a result of the forensic expert went there 3 or 4 times before they found blood, and that, you understand, you become suspicious of, to say then the evidence may be planted. Mr. Townsend, what you are saying, if you are saying that the evidence is planted, you know what you are saying, Mr. Townsend? You are saying that the investigators know about the death of Donnelly. Because where could they get Donnelly blood to plant in the apartment? So, Mr. Townsend, you really need to realize what you are saying. So now, since I put that to rest, and to tell you, Mr. Townsend, don't even bother trod down that road, right? Because guess what? The evidence is in such a chronological order, right, to say that Noel Maitland was the person on July 11th picked up Donnelly. And the evidence also suggested that Noel Maitland was the last person to have seen Donna Lee, right? So then there you have it. And judging from these evidences, right, for you to make, whether you want to make inference, whether you want to suggest, or whether you want to, imply that, okay, blood was planted, that is bull, you know what, right? Because the investigators knows nothing about the death of Donna Lee and where they could get Donna Lee blood from wherever to plant on the scene. So that defense is silly, right? So since I break up that, now the thing is, when you look at the whole situation of how Mr. Townsend playing down circumstantial evidence, to be honest, people and experts who are out there, an expert who might be can, go parallel with what I'm saying. As we speak, I have not seen one effort that Mr. Townsend has made in challenging the evidence that is against his client. I am saying that. Not one string of effort, nothing in Mr. Townsend's strategy to say he's defending Noel Maitland. And let me go through it, people. And let me say this to you. The biggest evidence that is against Noel Maitland, two serious evidence, circumstantial evidence and direct evidence, and I'm going to explain them. The circumstantial evidence, which is the blood type evidence, right, has now been proven by the prosecution, right, that the collection of the blood that the forensic collected, the forensic has spent their time in processing the evidence, analyzing the evidence, and matches the find to Donna Lee DNA via Donna Lee's toothbrush. So there is no question there if the blood belongs to Donna Lee. Let me ask the chat, are anybody or any lawyers who are out there? Has Mr. Townsend proved otherwise? Number one question I'm asking. In all of what he's doing, right? Court, submission, bail application, has Mr. Townsend present any reasonable argument to go against that evidence as to prove that the blood doesn't belongs to Donna Lee? So, all right, let me just hold on a minute here.
Donna is saying, I'm glad you mentioned the lawyer stating the blood was planted. So she's saying Donna Lee is not missing then.
Okay.
And also about it maybe died that was in the court.
Yeah, and he also mentioned, okay, Donna Williams, I'm glad you mentioned the lawyer stating the blood was planted. Donna Lee is not missing then. But no, what is what?
No, so she's just being sarcastic.
Okay,
I think
okay,
she's being
okay,
sarcastic.
all right.
And then-
Okay, so we see the sarcasm there, Donna Lee.
And then Jamisty, welcome,
Yes.
Jamisty 21. He's saying he is trying the famous Johnny Cochran defense in the Juice case.
No, it is not going to work. It is not going to work in Donna Lee's case. Not going to work in the Donna Lee's case. So let me go back on track now. Mr. Townsend has not proven or convinced neither the judge in the preliminary stage nor the circuit court judge that the prosecution evidence as it relates to the blood type circumstantial evidence, right, is not what it is, right? He has no defense against that. So then let us accept that. that the prosecution is winning that argument. The prosecution is winning that argument with that evidence as it relates to the blood type evidence, trace evidence that has now proven that it is Donnelly. Now, to show you how confident the prosecution is, since the forensic report came back positive that, okay, this is Donnelly, since the forensic made their analysis, right, to saying that the volume of blood lost, right, Donnelly couldn't have survived, the prosecution also leap ahead and also charge Noel Maitland the additional charge, right, as it relates to defying the body to be buried. And because the prosecution case is that strong, right, the evidence is that strong, right, as it relates to the forensic experts. So that is an evidence, circumstantial evidence, that Townsend, as we speak, right, in none of his defense, right, breaking down that evidence, he doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of that evidence. Let me put that out there. So now let us move to the direct evidence. Now, the direct evidence as it relates to CCTV, and as I said, direct evidence as it relates to actual action in motion. So if someone see you commit a crime and can able to identify you and speak what you have done, that is what we call concrete evidence, ICU evidence. It is no different from the CCTV evidence that visualizing live action, right, in current time, in the actual time frame. So that is an evidence that cannot be disputed. Now, let me say this to Mr. Townsend, that one of the neighbors who has a 5-window system camera around his place, right, has alleged that Noel Maitland, right, called him, right, and approached him and told him of a potential promotion that he's supposed to get, and that he made an error in smoking a spliff, and he's wondering if that is caught on CCTV. And so then he wants to review the CCTV footage. And went further than that in attempting or stated to that person that it would be better if the person deleted that footage. Now, remember now that, Mr. Townsend, you have to be aware that this person also may have given evidence to the prosecution. Now, face the fact, if the prosecution, right, is cognizant of this information, right, let us presume that the person may have given statement already and willing to testify. That will go against Noel Maitland. CCTV that captured Donnelly, right, entering, right, in Noel's Maitland vehicle, right, the black BMW that can be identified at the particular time after he picked up Donnelly, and the approach of that vehicle on the property. CCTV has that. Here, what is evidence again, and let me change it around for persons who are listening to me, right, that what CCTV doesn't have, it doesn't have Donnelly in life, let me say this properly, Donnelly in living person exiting Noel Maitland apartment. Noel Maitland, let me say this to you. The CCTV not seeing that, not picking up that on CCTV, that is another huge evidence against you. Because there is no proof as it relates to what you have said, what you have reported to Sophia Love, that Donnelly and you had some argument, both of you were upset, right? And as a result of that, Donnelly departed your home sometime after 11. Mr. Noel Maitland and Mr. Townsend, let me tell both of you, the CCTV is not corroborating that. That information there, the CCTV is helping the prosecution to prove and to verify that Donaldson did not leave Noel Maitland premises alive. Listen, me people, let me say it aloud. The evidence on the CCTV not showing Donnelly departing Noel's Maitland apartment is strengthening the prosecution case. It is strengthening the forensic expert case, corroborating with the forensic. Look here, let me tie up the evidence for Mr. Townsend. The CCTV not showing Donnelly departing is in support of the prosecution, the forensic evidence, stating that the volume of blood found in Noel's apartment belongs to Donnelly. It is also stating that the volume of blood found in Noel's apartment simply means that Donnelly couldn't have survived that trauma and that Donnelly was actually killed in Noel's Maitland apartment. So look how the CCTV tied it. CCTV is not showing Donnelly departing. Forensic expert pick up the blood trail. The forensic expert pick up large volume of that, and based on the amount of unit blood that is in the human body and the amount that bled out, had verified, certified that Donnelly is dead. So people, let me ask the world this. How can Townsend, and let me say this to Townsend, it doesn't make sense you apply for bail in the near future or in the distant future. It is not going to happen. Noel Maitland is not going to get bail. And let me tell you why. I'm going to give you some of the reasons why Noel Maitland is not going to get bail. Let me bring you back to some information and to positively show you that Noel Maitland is not going to get bail. I am saying this on Mystic Sensation. The steps that Noel Maitland has taken, right, to get accomplices, as it is alleged, other police officers, to clean the crime scene. The length of how Maitland utilizes years of experience in the police force to clean bloodstains, spotters and bloodstains, right? He didn't do it correctly. but he attempted. The step that Noel Maitland has taken to obstruct justice showed you that if Noel Maitland gets bail, so Noel Maitland, if you're listening to me, take bail out of your mind. Because you have proven not only to the judge, but to Jamaican people at large, as it relates to your many efforts that you have utilized in tampering with the crime scene. You never remember that you do that, Mr. Noel Maitland? So how dare you and Mr. Townsend asking for bail? Mr. Townsend, you don't realize that the evidence is suggesting that Mr. Noel Maitland, take great length in tampering with the evidence, obstructing justice. So if he gets bail now, what do you think he's going to do? Let me ask you, Mr. Townsend. I want Mr. Townsend to answer me. So let me ask that. So then, he's not going to be bailed based on the efforts. Now, look at this. At this point in time, Mr. Noel Maitland is holding on onto his fake innocence. This goes to show you, Mr. Noel Maitland, that you have no remorse and that you're a selfish and callous person. You're a calculated person. If at this point that you want justice, just look at it. When you have no remorse, right, in what you have done, and you appearing that you need bail. Bail for what? Right? It's not going to happen. So let me tell Mr. Townsend that. Now, people, I want for us to do a little critical thinking and wake up the world with something else. From the beginning that I have following the Donnelly's case, you have heard me time and time again spoken about two charges, and I want to remind my listeners, and I'm going back there. I spoke about accessory after the fact, right? And I spoke about aiding and abetting. We know for sure, right, that Noel Maitland, right, seek the assistance of others in cleaning the crime scene. Now, so far, let me thank the prosecution of doing such an overwhelming job holding the line, assessing the evidence, organize it properly, and present them well in front of both judges, both the prelim judge, which is the RM court, and the circuit court judge. And both judges agree that the evidence is overwhelming. Now, we are going to move away from Noel Maitland a bit, and we are going to go on some hunting, because we have not seen any more charges coming forward as it relates to those persons who may have aided and abetted Noel Maitland in cleaning the crime scene, right? Tampering with the evidence. Let me give them to you. Obstruction of justice. And the list goes on. Now, People, I'm going to say something just using my critical thinking, and let me say it clear that I have no evidence of this. I am just thinking as it relates to Kathian. Whoa, Mr. Byron gone back to Kathian. Let me hear what he has to say. All right. Now, let us use our critical thinking, right? That, and we are going to use allegation this time because, as according to Indicom, that has not filed any charges against Kathian, and according to investigators that have not filed any charges against Kathian. My thing, people, my thing, and as we speak, let me say it out clear, that I have still not going to eliminate Kathian from my suspect list, regardless of what been there. And the only time I am going to eliminate Kathian from my suspect list is what I am about to say to the world today, to say to the diaspora, and to say to all who are listening to me. Now, let me begin. Now, Kathian is a district constable. And we know that if a police officer witness a crime, such as this particular indictment, it is in the police lawful duty to report this crime. Now, the question, when did Kathian learn of this crime? If you notice, people, I am not going to go back into what the neighbor said. I am not going to mention what the neighbor said 4:30 they saw Kathian and a policewoman went into the Noel's apartment. I am moving away from that. I am using a different angle where people can see a different angle as well. Now, the different angle is that, Kathian, my question, when were you aware of this crime? And upon your awareness, what did you do? Nothing? Okay, all right. Now, so then if Kathian was made aware that a crime was committed and take step in concealing it and avoid justice from prevail, Mr. Fitzbailey, that action Kathian would have committed accessory after the fact. For persons who are now here and who are listening to me, go into Google and type accessory after the fact, and you will see what it tells you. So then, when was Kathian made aware of this? And what step Kathian took, right, so that justice can be prevailed? So Kathian went on the contrary of what she should have lawfully done in the execution of her duty. And then, even now, no charges, right, pointing towards Kathian. So I am not talking about what the neighbors stated. Because obviously, Indicom have heard that. The investigators have heard that. And have not charged Kathian. So I am taking a different course, right? As it relates to Kathian awareness in this matter, right? Now, people, the only thing why I would take Kathian from the suspect list, and I want people to listen to me attentively, I am wondering about the prosecution strategy. People, so far, the prosecution has done an excellent job. So kudos goes to the prosecution in collecting the evidence, storing the evidence, preserving the evidence, and presenting the evidence so that the judges were convinced of the evidence. People, where I am going is to say that the only reason why I suspect that Kathian may not be charged. People, it is not far-fetched. I'm going to say it, and I'm smiling when I'm saying it. I am wondering if potentially the prosecution strategy built around Kathy and that Kathian is a potential crown witness. And so then, if that is the case, then of course, we would welcome Kathian to speak what she knows. I am not saying that is the case, and I'm smiling while I'm speaking. But this prosecution team is extremely smart because you can see that the prosecution is applying the pressure in adding also that additional charges. And I'm thinking to myself, then if there's no charges coming from Kathy, I am wondering if Kathian is going to be a later surprise in the trial. Now I'm smiling. The reason why I'm smiling is that now February 9th, I believe, if I have that correct, right, would be another appearance from right, in court pertaining to Donnelly's case. And this is now a time period between Thursday and February 9th for Noel Maitland to consider what he is doing. This is what you call the period where Noel Maitland might want to plea. Let us speak about this, right? But before I speak about this, because it is getting very interesting and I'm going to go through the detail with this, let us see if we can get into the chat and address persons, you know, may have seen something, right? And I can address them. You want to search the chat on it?
Okay.
All right. So stay tuned.
Again, thank you so much, guys, for joining, and welcome to those who just recently joined us. We have Arlene, Carrie Ann Go Getter. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Happy Friday to you and Dwayne. Thank you so much.
Bless up.
Sammy and Sedi, also some members of Happy Team have also joined us, cooking with Miss Brown. is also here. Thank you so much, guys. Natty Slim is here. Thank you so much. Also have Mika. Thank you so much for joining. Jamistu, which I highlighted earlier. Thank you so much. If I miss anybody, my apologies. Just going through for the interest of time. All right, so I'm just gonna head up to where.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Then
I'm
Williams.
using a small device. So you know what? Let's use this one.
Okay.
But I need to highlight it.
Highlight it so I can answer that.
1 second. Donna was saying Townsend is looking far less than who he really is with this case. So
Exactly.
this case is making him look really stupid, like he
Exactly.
doesn't know what he's doing.
I agree with that, Donna.
And Sharon was saying when that's the promotion when you were talking about him talking about a split man promotion, she's saying that promotion is
Straight to prison. Oh yes, exactly.
And she's saying if I were Townsend, I would walk away from the case. This will be the first one that he
If he does it.
first.
Let me say,
If he,
let me say, Donna, right? Mr. Townsend know definitely that he has no defense against this case. And what you have seen that Mr. Townsend is saying, right, doesn't even make any sense, honestly. When he's saying that the prosecution is clutching at straw, like really, it is Mr. Townsend who is clutching at straw. He has absolutely nothing, right? Because number one, I don't know why he said that. The blood has been tested by the forensic expert and proven that it is Donnelly's blood. Right? So then, how is he going to disapprove that the blood doesn't belong to Donnelly? Right? I am not hearing that argument coming from him. Right? So then, the forensic expert tested, right, verified, and certified that that blood belongs to Donnelly, right? And matching that DNA trace evidence, right, to Donnelly's toothbrush. So I don't know what sort of, but this is a case, and to be honest, let me say this. Apart from Mr. Townsend representing this case, this is just a case where the prosecution is extremely solid. And whosoever, stand to represent this case would have been in the same predicament as Mr. Townsend. Nothing would be different. So that is how strong this case is. So let us go some more in the chat.
also welcome Journey with Jackie Houston. Thank you so much for joining. And we also have Arlene and India. Stay motivated, Murray. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here. And Jamisti saying he's trying to create a reasonable doubt by discrediting the evidence.
Yes, so let me understand. So there is no reasonable doubt.
He's trying to create.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that he's trying to create reasonable doubt, right? So let me just answer you likewise. There is no reasonable doubt can created when you have the forensics certified that the blood is Donnelly. So there's no doubt that he can create it there. All right.
Grasping at straw.
So he's just grasping at straw.
So Mixon is saying, me want to know if them are going to go after the ones them will help him now.
Okay.
So that's where you were going. Will help Noel.
Go ahead, Noel. Yeah.
It is so much of a small print here. And Natty saying they need to throw away the keys already.
All right. So, all right, let us get back.
Sammy is saying, yes, was wondering the same thing, two more facts. Just 1 second, coming. There's so much more. And Miss Monica was saying you should talk of the things them.
Bless Sister Monica.
And Sharon was saying, I do have a question to ask. What about the investigation Kathy had with Indicom? I guess the questioning she's talking about, they haven't heard anything
Okay.
more about that. And she's also saying Kathy is just as
Guilty
guilty.
also. That's Sharon Savage. Sharon, let me say this to you, right? And that is why we are talking about critical thinking tonight, right? Where that is concerned, right? And let me say this, that I have no evidence in terms of what the prosecution has, right, in their armament. Let me say that, right? But I am just thinking, utilizing my common sense that, okay, we have not seen any accessory after the fact charges, and we are not seeing any aiding and abetting, and we have not seen where the persons who have alleged to assist Noel Maitland to clean the crime scene, participate in evidence tampering, and participating, right, in the obstruction of justice, right? We are not seeing any charge. That doesn't say that these persons are not being investigated. I do believe that these persons are currently being investigated, and it's a matter of time. So between now and February 9th, let me go back there because I don't want to lose my chain of thought. Between now and February 9th, Maitland, right, has some time to think. But let me say this, people, and I said this last week. If we don't get a plea from Noel Maitland between, now and February, right, 9th, then, as I said last week, that it could be a situation where what Noel Maitland has done with Donnelly body is so disgraceful. So disgraceful. Right? And that is something that
Can get an additional
he
for.
doesn't want to speak about. Because also additional charges can spring from that. Look, people, Noel Maitland, I can tell you, people, is in the darkest place of the abyss pertaining to this case. Right? There is no escape as it relates to the judgment to come. Now, the best way, people, let me say this, to be honest, the best thing for Noel Maitland is to really take a plea. But I want people to get into the mind in terms of what I'm saying here. And if any one of you would said, empathize, put yourself into the situation and said, okay, the best chance that I have is to plea and then, having reduction of some of the sentences. That is the best chance I have. But even if you have the best chance and you don't want to use it, just ask the question, why? What would be the reason? What is the fear Noel has? Let me mention certain things, people. I don't have any evidence. Is it that you have persons who involve that Noel Maitland just cannot speak about? Is it that other persons who involve may cause such an effect on the Jamaica Constabulary Force? Because judging from the fact and based on what happened, right, this case, and it just left up to Miss Sophia Lugg and her extended family, right? That not only that you may have a criminal matter in this case, you may also have a civil matter in this case. And it is going to be extremely serious. Now, based on what I'm seeing as it relates to the evidence, remember that the indictment that present in the court is felony indictment at Tara.
Hi, Tara. Welcome. Good night. Good night.
Hi, Tara.
Good night. How are you guys doing?
Thank you so much, Tara, to be here on the platform with us. We are really happy about that. So, yes, Tara, I know you have been sitting in, right? Taking in. But, and I'm glad that you are here because we can, get into, some of the mind process, try to understand Noel Maitland mind process, thought process, sorry. Now, as I am saying, Tara, that you have, right, and let me say this to people because I don't want people to think that I am saying that, okay, Noel Maitland can plea whenever he wants to plea. The plea power doesn't hold in the hands of the defense. It is the prosecution who decided that. So I want to make people aware of what I'm talking about. The prosecution has the power, right, to plea. So if the prosecution decided, right, to do a plea, or if Noel want to plea and speak in reference to that, and the prosecution can say, okay, all right, do this. Now, I know for sure that if the prosecution is going to venture into a plea with Noel Maitland, the prosecution for sure is going to request two things, right? It could be more than two things, but I am certain that the prosecution is going to request two things. One of the things that the prosecution will request is for Noel Maitland, right, to speak what he had done with Donnelly's body. And this is where the burden of hell is, right there is where
exactly.
the hell is. Now, the second thing that Noel Maitland has to do, what the prosecution is going to tell him to do, is to speak truthfully of the incident. Now, that's another burden of hell. Because look, if Noel Maitland should speak truthfully of the incident, then the other police who assisted Maitland, they are now going to be charged. Now, is there any hierarchy, police, superintendent, deputy soup, or what? Help Noel Maitland? I am not saying that there is any superintendent or deputy soup help Noel Maitland. No, that is not what I'm saying. I am just saying that, right, just being curious. I have no evidence that superintendent help, because I don't want the next thing I hear on social media is that, right, this is coming from us. So I'm not saying that. But think of why Noel Maitland would have known, right, the evidence that's stuck against him. Tara, the thing that I'm saying, Tara, is that it is the prosecution has the right to also disclose any information they have with the defense. So then we are presuming that Noel Maitland and his lawyer would have every evidence that the prosecution has against them. And they will know that the evidence is super strong. So then if Noel Maitland doesn't want to plead, Tara, and faced with that consequence that if he pleads, other police officers are going to involve. I am saying, is there any hierarchy that involved? And that is one of the reasons why Noel Maitland just cannot be plead. Tara, talk up the thing. What do you think? Let me hear your
And
perception.
I agree with you. I agree with you because when listening and watching things unfold, it just gives you this chill, that
Yes.
when the realization, because when you look at this man, he's an handsome man. And take it from somebody that I was talking to, we tend to give people who know some bad looking a pass because some people still they say, wonder if him no look like I heard a lady say, him no look like him would have do something. And I say, what a criminal look like? What a old wicked
Yes.
look like? What a murderer really looks like? Do they have a specific look? You understand what I'm saying? No, with all of what you just said, because I was listening earlier, and I said, all right, is it that they more put in the plea deal? And so, but
Mm-hmm.
when I see that nobody, well, Noel in team now that now come into play, I figure that the details that he would have to give up to
Aye.
accept that plea deal, I think it is
Hit
so
the nail on the head.
gruesome. I think it is so gruesome. And you think we wounded yet as a nation if he should take this plea deal? Because it is required. You, a man of the law, you know the ins and outs. It is
Yes.
required of him to give up certain accurate information. That simply
Yes.
means the detail as to who assisted, how, where, when, why. All of that has to come into play. And it has to lead to some recovery of the bones, the body, the clothes, something somewhere that is going to concretize what they already have in their possession or already put together. You understand me? Something to cement
Some
the
points,
case.
Sister Tara.
You understand what I'm saying? So I think this man do something so wicked and gruesome to this girl. Him know say if him open him mouth and talk, we going weep more than we has ever wept
Yep.
in
Okay.
many years. Also, you spoke about those the hierarchization, and I am here. Listen, I don't have any inside scoop anywhere. I don't have any
Yes.
links anywhere, but my little common sense
Mm-hmm.
where God give way. If you sit down and think about it, there are others who are involved. And I am thinking, if he's going to take the plea deal, the hierarchy go come tumbling down. You understand what I'm saying?
Tara.
It's a whole Pandora's box him go open and worms and ants and roach and everything I get that out.
Mm-hmm.
That
Tara.
is what is going
I
to happen.
Tara, look, and that is what I am saying. That the situation that Noel Maitland faced with, it is not an easy one. Because as I spoke about the Pandora box, that is going to be opened up.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to be such a revelation, and you might have a lot of people marveled over this whole thing.
Of
So
course.
even even as the case progress to now in the trial phase that
Mm-hmm.
it is now facing, this is the actual place where the dilemma is going to start.
Yeah, I feel like him a play, them a play for some. That's how I feel. And they have the people because now we recognize that people realize that them have a voice. So you see people are push out little Them a try keep
Yeah.
the pressure upon him neck. And
Yes.
I like that. You understand me? But
Exactly.
my gut feeling tell me that you have some people did their whole them breath. Because you see, if this plea deal
Lord
come into
Jesus.
place,
Tara.
surprises after surprises, because some of the people that are going to be fingered, it is going to be a shocker to many of us. You understand me? Because for him to execute things, get the opportunity to clean up and do all of what they have to do, there has to be people who were privy to certain things. I understand that you need time. I understand that this is what we need to do to present the delay and make it look like say that we are doing. You understand me? All I
You
think
know,
because
Tara,
go ahead.
when you see the judge,
Mm,
right? Remember, you know, let us talk about the prelim where the case is coming from.
mhm.
And the judge in the prelim convinced that no, what the prosecution has here is substantial. So then let me send it over to the circuit.
Mhm.
Now, the case, remember, the case now gone to circuit, and the circuit court judge Thursday looked at the evidence, listened to the submission, right? And decided that, listen, I am not going to give this man bail. Now, Tara, the reason why the judge stated that he's not going to be given bail was to the fact that the judge is making reference that the court is convinced that if the court gives Noel Maitland bail, is going to interfere with justice. Now, you know the reason why the judge denied that bail as well? If you research the reasons why judge deny bail, one of the fundamentals in the reason to deny bail is that when the evidence, Tara, is overwhelmingly strong against the accused.
That much I know.
You hear that, Tara? So
That much
then,
I know.
so then, let us speak. So when the judge look and see how overwhelming the evidence is, the judge decided not to give this bail. And so then I am also confident, right, that Noel Maitland will not be getting bail, right?
Mhm.
Because the only strategy that I see that Noel Maitland have, and I am trying to inserting myself in his shoes, that the only strategy that I could utilize is for me if you try to get bail and when me get bail, me gone, you know.
Yeah, but that came to mind.
Tara,
I'm sure that is what they did, the flight risk.
exactly.
You understand me?
Look,
As even those people who help assisted him, me sure knows of them heart a beat out of them chest. So anyhow, them feel say something go break through and make Maitland go bow, you know. If Maitland stay right up at in there, need to watching it.
look here, man. Tara, Tara, I tell you something, sir. Right now, it's like the whole Jamaicans sit upon Noel Maitland head.
Yes, man.
Right now.
They must get up.
And pressure
Pressure
was
upon
spike.
it. Yeah.
Pressure was spike. Because, listen me, Tara,
Mm-hmm.
right? For me, who have been a police officer, been there and done that,
Mm-hmm.
and when me look upon the evidence, Tara, me look upon it upwards, me look upon it downwards, Me
By
look
every
on it
angle.
sideways and me go under it. And Tara, trust me, me no see which lawyer out there, QC lawyer, can get him off. And the prosecution team,
Mhm.
they are to be applauded. Trust me, to be applauded.
Yeah,
Because,
I feel so. Even though this case takes so long to jump off and they give him
yes,
time to do some little clean up and whatever. Know that it's getting in, it seems as if they're really doing something. Because honestly, no, me not hold my breath, because me know say that a Jamaica we are talking about. And things have a
mhm,
way for just seep through the cracks and all of a sudden file cannot be found.
True.
Witness disappear.
yes.
True.
Everything just, you understand me? Come to a standstill and then hear nothing a man there road a walk free. So I was holding my
So,
breath.
so right now, I am looking at some potential crown witnesses. Let us discuss them, Tara. Some
Mm,
potential crown witnesses.
mhm.
And it may be surprising to many. The first person that I'm looking on is Kathian.
Exactly. That is
People,
what I
people are
said.
surprised.
That is what I
Right?
said because guess what? I want
No,
them to corner everybody. That's everybody feel pressure to cover their own ass. And in the process of covering the behind, somebody must slip.
Yeah.
exactly. Right? So let us swing with what the investigators are swinging with, right? Because I don't know the reason why Kathian has not been charged. So then, Tara, we are saying that okay, we are not on the actual ground. So let us take their word for it. That
Hmm.
okay, might be you understand Kathian is not the person who right committed the act, right? So let us play the devil's advocate. So I am saying then that the only reasonable explanation in this is that Kathian might be a substantial witness for the prosecution, right? Not only that, let us move from Kathian.
Sorry, let me just read what Sharon said
Okay.
about that. She says, okay, because Indicom did say they would send the report to the relevant authorities. That is their questioning of Kathian. And whatever they gathered from her, they would have sent it over to the relevant authorities. And seeing that you're talking about she might be crown witness, well, maybe the information that was gathered by
And I
Indicom
glad and I
may
glad
have been
oh,
sent
who's that person?
that's
on it?
from Sharon Sapp.
I glad oh Sharon Savage mentioned that. I glad oh Sharon Savage mentioned that because what we have not heard anything about that question and answer coming out of Indicom right there as it relates to Kathian or the question and answer from the investigators. We have not, it just lacked tight. So, and this is one of the reasons why I'm saying, but hold on. Why am I not seeing the police charging anyone
Kathian.
for accessory after the fact
Mm-hmm.
or aiding and abetting,
Mm-hmm.
right? Obstruction of justice. Why? And with the allegation that is out there. But guess what? The prosecution, because
Have
look,
something up their
Tara,
sleeve, man.
this prosecution so far has been excellent in the presentation of the
Mm-hmm.
case, right? Wish causing Townsend, you understand, to shrivel,
And not be present in court, keep sending
right?
representatives.
And sometimes not being present in court, it could be a money
Mm-hmm.
issue too. So we could talk for things, yeah? Right? But this, look, Tara,
Mm-hmm.
this case is an ironclad case for the prosecution. Ironclad case for the prosecution. No two-way about it, right? Now, again, remember, even as we speak, Tara, investigation is still ongoing, right? We need to say that. Now, let us speak about another potential crown witness, Tara, the truck driver. Hey,
Yes.
make we go into the truck driver business.
Mm-hmm.
Now watch this now, Tara. Tara, let
Mm-hmm.
me say this to you. It is alleged by one Constable Brown, if you remember Constable Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And let me say this, people. I don't know if Constable Brown, right, is a true constable, right? I don't know if the statement that Constable Brown
That's why you say
made, right, is
allegedly.
true. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why we are using
Alleged.
alleged.
Mm-hmm.
So then, let us go into it now, Tara. Watch this. According to Constable Brown allegation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that Constable Brown alleged that people in the hierarchy, right? Sub officers and downwards, right? Guilty of cleaning the crime scene. You remember? Said Constable Brown stated that.
Mm-hmm.
Constable Brown stated that. No, I'm going to give you a critical thing that Constable Brown also stated. As according to Constable Brown also alleged that Noel Maitland was not there as it relates to Donnelly's death,
Mm-hmm.
but was later called by Kathian.
The
You
cleanup
remember that?
man. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold on. We're going to move a little bit further. Constable Brown also mentioned that the truckman, and this is critical to the prosecution, right? This is critical in terms of the strength of the prosecution and really damaging now to the defense. Let me say this now, Tara, and say this to the to all the people.
Mm-hmm.
Constable Brown stated, right, in her allegation, that when the driver was contacted, right, the driver agreed to a particular sum of money. When the driver reached on the scene and the driver made aware of what he was going to carry, the driver stated that he wants more money. Tara, you hear that?
Of course, little bit of money that for the kind of work where you are sending me for do.
Right?
Me
No, that
also
is
think before you move on, Mystic.
yes.
Me also think say me try to talk in a patois, but I also think that that driver at the tree where they need to shake and shake and shake. I don't think that is so solid, you know. Me feel like say him go the way they say pressure bust pipe, me feel say that pipe they go
Mhm.
bust wide open.
Look here, Tara. I think that what we are seeing right now coming from Donnelly's case is just the beginning of the surface scratching.
Mm-hmm.
And look here, we are here in Atar, we are traveling with this, and I think that, right, the worst left to come as it relates to
Yes,
persons who are going to be exposed,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Honestly,
When it
persons who are
unfolds,
going to be exposed.
oh my God. This come like you like how we have Halloween now and they come out with this come like a one of them horror movies.
Yes.
That's how it feels. And
Yes.
to know that we are all witnessing it because it's all unfolding in front of all of our eyes. We're listening. And
Exactly.
there are days when I sit down and I say, God, this real. And even every time they put up something about it, they use this picture of him and Donnelly together. Donnelly smiling. And I was, even yesterday, I was looking at the picture and there was just something that gripped me in my heart. And I said, look at this young lady. You understand what I'm saying? And I saw somebody right
Oh, it seems like Tara Mike is giving her some problem there. Tara, are you still there? Okay. So
yeah.
let us continue until Tara get
You
back.
can hear me?
Oh yes, I'm
Yeah.
hearing you now, Tara. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the person was saying, we know what Donnelly looks like now. When you're going to talk about him and him being denied bail, could you use a picture of him alone? And the sentiments were echoed in the comment section by many because I think people can't put it together. Say, look how happy these two look together, and it is this same man we asked this girl and have us at this place. But also too, I think this is something, there's a lot of lesson in this case that is going on because you see many of us take things for granted, and because we say we love, and even when we see red flags and certain things, I can't tell a man or a woman to how to live their lives, but pay attention.
Exactly.
You understand me? And
Exactly.
that's why I encourage my daughter, if it involves somebody else, step away. If you know there's somebody else, leave him be. You understand? Because we have seen this entanglement and this love triangle turn out into some things where leave us weeping for years. Some people, some of the relative, imagine. I can't imagine how her mother feel. I can only say, boy, I understand. So she must be hurting the depth of her grief.
Yes. All right.
And when
So
that boy
Tara,
was say, I did the mother-in-law look on her and can't talk.
okay.
Go ahead, Misty.
Yes. So you and I let us talk about just expound a bit on the pre-bargain situation between now and February the 9th, right?
Mhm.
Um, I am taking the side that I don't based on the circumstances of the entire situation and what may have happened to Donnelly body, the gross um, misuse of her body. It could be so embarrassing, and as a result of that, I I sort of start to believe something start to tell me that I don't think that Noel is going to plead. What you think? What you say about that, Tara?
Judging from what is happening now or what has happened so far, I'm on the side that you are. Unless something between now and then, unless something else happen. You understand me? But from where I'm
Yes,
looking and the risk and all of what will be revealed or would be revealed in if he should say yes to the plea bargain or so on,
yes.
I don't see him taking it. From where I am, I don't see him taking that plea bargain as it stands
And
now. As
also,
I say, if something changes, yes,
Yes.
Anne, you were saying?
yes,
Talk on.
I was saying that, and also depending on what was done to her body, then he could be slapped
Mm-hmm.
with additional charges with cruelty to
Mm-hmm.
a corpse. So either way, he's screwed, depending on what was done.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
someone
Mm-hmm.
said that this is going to be a case study for years to come, and
Yes,
I
and for the history
right,
books.
and this one is
Bingo.
for the history books, and I
Yes,
think
man.
that person is right. No, the
A
thing,
100% correct.
yeah, Tara, you know,
Yes, ma'am.
the prosecution really sit heavy on this one, right? And
Yes.
the judge, is definitely right in agreement with the prosecution, and it's because to be honest, just hearing some steam coming out of Mr. Townsend, if you notice, I said steam, because I am not seeing, to be honest, I am not seeing where the man is challenging any of the evidence.
No, Byron, for him to challenge the evidence effectively, him have to come good. I think even him surprised how solid things have been in the last few times when they stand up, because as you so said, where you understand and you had first-hand knowledge about how the law and things were happening, the purviews of the law, and how you supposed to proceed and what is supposed to be done and all of that. You have a wealth of knowledge to as to that. Me lead with
Exactly.
things that I've seen and heard and people that I've spoken to and my common sense. You understand me?
Because
How Townsend have to come good. And that's they say
exactly,
fire there must tell him think a cold breeze. You understand what I'm
because
saying? Townsend,
exactly,
I
I
think
think
he himself is surprised.
I am telling you, Tara, because guess what? All right, if we look on what the first set of investigators were doing in the initial stage, they were trying to cover up the entire crime scene, right? But let us talk about the
Mm-hmm.
last set of investigators who are now very serious, because I think
Mm-hmm.
as it relates to Townsend defense, I think he was depending on some technical errors to apply, so he can might be win the
That is it.
case, right,
That is
on
it.
technicalities. Mr. Townsend totally surprised now that the case
Mm-hmm.
now reach the trial process, right? I think he wants to use some form of
You
technicalities, and
never know
where
say it's so solid.
exactly, because guess what? The investigators, the current investigators, making sure that they dot all the I's, cross all the T's, particularly when
And
it comes to the
cross the
blood evidence.
seas.
They make sure they collect
Yes.
the blood evidence. They make sure that they
Mm-hmm.
properly store the blood evidence, and they make sure
Mm-hmm.
as it relates, because when they handed all of that package, right, over to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor look at it and see that all the ingredients are there, it is going to be a good tasty meal, right? And so then what happened is that the prosecution, right, have all the ingredients as it relates to the evidence, right, and present the evidence very well. Wonderful work by the prosecution. The prosecution has done a marvelous job, and I am pleased as it relates to what the prosecution did, not giving Townsend any room to riddle, right? Make it tight, no technical errors being applied. And so then the only thing that Townsend can fabble and double with now is, okay, why the forensic went in 3 times, and the first, come on, because I have also stated that. But obviously, you understand, blood has been discovered, right? Bring up Tara. Oh,
Okay.
yes, yes, Tara.
Mm-hmm.
So as Townsend there, the only thing that Townsend is having there, his forensic went in 3 times, right? And why they did not report that they find blood on the first occasion, and so forth and
Mm-hmm.
so forth. And all of that is just a hot hair. Hot hair coming from the QC. And I
Well,
can't
listen, drowning
believe,
man get off that stride, man.
right? I have to look, when Mr. Townsend is talking about the circumstantial evidence, that the only thing that the prosecution prosecution has is the circumstantial evidence. Look, the circumstantial evidence is the blood type evidence that has now been tested
Mm-hmm.
on
Yes.
2, right? That is Donnelly. And what make it serious, very serious, is that we know who had taken Donnelly from Donnelly's parents' home.
Exactly.
You know, that is Mr. Noel. So the case is so simple. Even a 10-year-old can follow this case. Even a 10 years old can follow this case. The case is so straightforward, so easy, right? And I think it is one of the easiest case of many cases that really and truly the prosecution really work hard in patching up all the holes. And so then there is no real room for Mr. Townsend. I can tell him that, right? Because the case is so straightforward. Noel Maitland took Donnelly from her home, right? Noel Maitland was the last person to have seen Donnelly. CCTV, you understand, corroborate, right? Donnelly's presence as it relates to Donnelly in the car that Noel Maitland picked her up in, right? Drove in, right? So that is on CCTV footage. What is not on CCTV footage is Donnelly leaving that apartment or leaving that area alive.
How convenient, no?
And that is fundamental. And now, when you look, since Donnelly has not seen on CCTV departing, right? Remember that Noel Maitland has told a big lie to Sophia Love that she had departed at sometime 11. Now, let me say this to the people. Not only Miss Sophia Log that Donnelly, that Noel Maitland may have spoken to as it relates to telling Miss Sophia Log that Donnelly departed 11, sometime after 11. Tara, the thing about this case and why it's serious, extremely serious for Noel, he may have communicated that to one of the investigators too, the current investigators, because the current investigators would have collected might be evidence, as might be a statement from Donnelly's mother, Miss Sophia Log, and Miss Sophia Log may have communicated that to the investigators. So then, for me, if Sophia Log communicated that to me, I am going to now ask Noel Maitland, right, if he can tell me a timeline when Donnelly departed, and this is how he's going to be trapped. Because let me speak the case to the people. What Miss Sophia Log stated as it relates to what Noel Maitland said to her, right? That Noel Maitland claimed that, okay, him and Donnelly had a little rubble. They were both upset. Donnelly departed his home at sometime 11, after 11, right? No, so that communicated to Miss Sophia Log. I have heard Miss Sophia Log made mention of that time and time again. No, the investigators who are investigating the case may have spoken to Miss Sophia Log. Miss Sophia Log may have communicated that to the investigators. So then the investigators now having that information is simply going to ask Noel Maitland, Mr. Maitland, what time, can you explain to us where Miss Donnelly departed your home? You understand what I'm saying? He is going to tell the investigator a particular time and make
a difference.
Exactly, and make corroborate with the time that he told Miss Sophia Log. No, this is what I'm saying, and this is how he got caught, right? Where is totally convict himself, because you know what is going to happen. What happened to Donnelly's father? Call at 105. At 105. Spoken to Donnelly, informing Donnelly about a transaction that was that need to be cleared. Remember, you know, he had spoken to, he had lied to Miss Sophia Log about the time, sometime after 11. He may also have communicated that to one of the investigators. Now, let me tell you now, Tara, and let me tell the public. When the investigator is taking the statement, as I spoke last week, the investigator is going to certify that statement. Simple means certification that on this particular day, right, this statement was taken at such and such station, at such and such time. It was read over to the maker, who is Noel Maitland, who signed same to be true and correct. So then, if Noel Maitland signed same to be true and correct, may I try the case right now? If Noel Maitland signed same to be true and correct, then if she left the place 11:05, then how our father call her at 1:05 and get her from your apartment? Tara, I want to answer that. Come here, put on a show for the people. You want to answer that, Tara? And not
No
only that,
possible.
you know the next thing when me go, what you say now, go answer that?
But it just the timeline by itself, no matter how you suffer from mathematical deficit.
Well, let me give you a next mathematical deficit. Okay, let me give you a next mathematical deficit. Now, also, Noel Donnelly brother from Cleveland, video call. No, this is one of the strongest evidence against Noel Maitland. Hey, look here. The amount of evidence what they against Noel Maitland, trust me, go poop on shit green. You remember me telling you that? Look on this. You know, let me talk about him business. He like him not understand what they're going on. You understand? Now, Donnelly's brother in Cleveland, right? Video call Donnelly.
All right.
So we don't talk about just ordinary telephone call, right? So
Video
no,
call.
let me tell you something, you know. They have a saying said, Father God work in mysterious ways.
Yes.
Look on that time that the brother chose to video call. This is a secure evidence that is now going to use against him substantially. Because look,
man.
him just can't say, and Townsend can't say that Donnelly wasn't in her room. The video call, what a piece of backside this man. The video call evidence is also there.
Slam dunk.
So you see, him tell the investigator this and sign to it to be true and correct. Lord Jesus. Oh, him go climb over the evidence. No, him go climb over that. Oh, him and Townsend go climb over that. So documentary evidence I lick him. Circumstantial evidence I lick him. Direct evidence I lick him. And to everywhere in turn. Look here.
Everywhere in turn, Maka joke him.
Everywhere in turn. Maka the joke him. So I can't tell Mr. Townsend so stop from embarrassing himself and stop from apply bail. Because apply for bail. Him now go get it.
Cannot turn up a court.
No.
But right now, no. But he have to do something in the case. And right now, the only thing he have to do is apply for bail. So apply for bail, make it look like you're working and the bail. Tell me what else he can do at this point.
But look here, Tara.
Remember, say action, you know. We did activity.
Right. Tara, you and I don't know because remember that Townsend have to stand for client's confidentiality. Him can't come out and speak certain things what him and Noel Maitland discuss. Him can't do that. You understand? Because that is a way from
that is a given.
Conduct. So let me say this. What the public may not realize is that might be Townsend might even tell him, said, look, based on the evidence in the box, the only way is to might be have a plea. Now watch out. If let me say, you know, remember, I am not saying that Townsend tell him that, you know. I'm
probability.
Just
probability. Make people know.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
Right?
So don't run with it, people.
We don't know because Townsend is not going to come out and say he has that discussion with him. He can't do that.
No.
You understand as it relates to client and patient.
Would it been breached?
Lion client.
Lawyers and client confidentiality. Him can't do that. So then, what may have happened, right, is might be he may have suggested to him that look, the case is serious, and the best thing is a plea. We stand no chance against this more than the plea. Now, watch now, Tara. If Noel Maitland refused that, as I said before, that it is the prosecution of the right to do the pleading, not the defense. But if it's suggested, right? If Noel Maitland refused that, this is going to show you that this case, you understand, as it relates to who may have involved, it may lead up to the hierarchy who involved. And Noel Maitland doesn't want to go there to take down an entire team. You understand what I'm saying?
So then, yes, so then you would have the nation on his back, Donnelly family, and him squatted in. So you see from three different angles, then would have want him neck and him head and foot and tongue.
And I love how you mentioned that, because if he said, all right, put it this way now, Tara, you understand, because I see that you just search yourself, right, in his shoes. So watch this now, Tara. Said you go against, and you said, okay, you're going to speak up. Speaking up simply means that you may have given up, right, some officers, right, may include officers in the hierarchy, right, that is going to go against you as well. Now, Donnelly's family, right, there's you don't even dream about it. Don't even dream about it. There's no love coming there for you, boy. No, and when you look again, you understand, Jamaican and a whole, like me, myself, you understand, no love now come for you, for you. So when you look now, you understand, he's somebody who just left in the wilderness, hated by all. You see, no, you see the predicament, Tara? You see the certain
Of course,
thing
we
that
see it. Yes.
And that's why I said, I am coming here tonight to do some critical thinking around this process. Because we know, we 110% certain, see the prosecution, can't lose a case. You understand what I said? And we're 110% certain that all the evidence that the prosecution collected, it is the prosecution duty to disclose them to the defendants, to the defense. And so then the defense, whatever way, you understand? Whatever way,
Of what they're up against.
what you're up against.
Yes,
You
and as
understand
the
what I'm saying?
lawyer, you understand me, as the lawyer for the defendant, you would have gone through it with your client and said, look, your bossy. Oh, it look right now,
Exactly.
It don't look good. So what the next move? This is
Exactly.
so and so, and advise you this, that. So I don't know, but
And
I think
remember,
said the
Tara,
details of what took place is so cruel.
trust me. Believe you me, Tara. When I think about the plea bargain, what I am seeing, right, as it relates to the situation with Noel, is that the truth is going to be so disgraceful, right? That, look, Tara, let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I know everybody can handle the truth in a Tara.
Most
You
people
understand?
can't. No matter what they tell us,
I
say,
know
don't
everybody
lie
can
to me, tell
handle
me
the
the
truth.
truth. Most people can't.
And I am seeing that is a major struggle in this particular case. And I think that Noel Maitland might just take the long ride out. Because guess what? the strategy, the original strategy that Noel Maitland has is not working. And I don't fear to say that judging from the evidence that is there, Noel Maitland's strategy would have been posted bail, would have tried to post bail. And upon him being bail, he would have definitely free justice. Noel Maitland not getting that chance. The judges realized that the evidence against the man is overwhelming. And the judge and the court decided, based on the evidence, sir,
and with prior actions,
the evidence is overwhelming. Your prior actions as it relates to the attempt that you have taken to tampering with the evidence, obstructing justice, right? We are not going to take the chance of even considering giving you bail. That is what Noel Maitland faced with. And now between now, Tara, and February 9th is, oh, the plea bargain. Look here, Tara, I'm going to tell you something. Whole heap of people, but he shoot, Tara.
I know. That is the whole point of it, you know. And that's why then they quickly help him too. Because people, there are many people who have things to lose. Many people have things to lose. Then position, people go fall off of the insurance.
The persons who involved, they were not anticipating the case to reach at this level. They weren't anticipating that. They wanted was to corrupt it from day one.
Because when you think about it, you know, when you think of it, nobody else but God, mistake. And when you think about it, and because we have been here, especially in the last, what should I say, 5 years coming down, you see the young ladies, them, Lord Jesus, is going missing. The ladies are going missing. And sometimes when we think, say, okay, this will come out of it, when you see a man can take off the neck off and clean, and you come and you get 7 years, run concurrently, you come out and you skin your teeth. So even the ones that really get called to justice and is held accountable, the little thing where they get the little slap on their wrist, it coming like it's another pain that because guess what? Somebody being held accountable, somebody going to jail, somebody getting them just deserve for the crime they commit. It cannot bring back the person. But when you talk about closure, when you talk about trying to heal the wound, that is how it's going to go. So while you can't get back your loved one, but to know that the individual who sees fit to commit such a crime and take these people out of your life, leave a mother without a daughter, a father without a daughter, a sister without a sister. You understand what I'm saying? An aunt without a niece. And we can name it from all different angles. And when you see, I think this is going to be a pivotal case. And because the world is now watching, and I am happy those who are involved kept the pressure. And I am praying them still keep them foot on them neck and continue to pressure it. Because this is a part of why they had to move, because it garner attention but they never expect. Because this is not the typical thing for us. We weep one side and we cuss and we go on, but we move on to our like say nothing happened. And you understand me? And while remains and particles and clothes and whatever things, items for the loved one still remain, and when we see it, we cry and with this and with that. But this, and I think the fact that she was who she was, so she was known by quite an amount of people. So people have interest, because let me tell you something. I did not know of her before is when this happened, I knew of her. But let me
Exactly.
tell you something. If it was somebody that I was rubbing shoulder with, I could not feel it anymore.
Exactly.
Because just the
Tara,
whole way how we do it, God no man. Mm-mm.
yes. And I want to say, and let me say this categorically, right? As it relates to vloggers who been on the pioneer ship, you understand, from the beginning, right? Andre Stevens is someone who take the fight on and are to be respected for that, right? Because Andre Stevens is a true valiant in this revelation of things, right? And he highlighted it very well. So let me say that kudos goes out to Andre Stevens every time,
A
right?
hundred
Because it is
percent.
it is a continuous push, and we need to speak where truth lies, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, what this case bring about, right, is a world cry. And why this case is going to definitely goes to a conviction, I have no doubt, right, is to the fact that this case hangs around the political process too. And let me explain why people, it hangs around the political process. The people of Jamaica need justice. And if it goes any other, I don't want to preempt like I am forcing, certain, no, I am not here for that. But based on the evidence that we witness in social media, based on the evidence that is coming out of the court, based on the evidence that we assess ourselves, it is not like we are preempting the court. We know that these evidence, right, are extremely strong, right, unpenetratable. So then what we are looking for is justice to prevail. And let me say this, if justice doesn't prevail in this, I think that it may bring a political decision even for the government. What do you think, Tara?
Yes. Yes and yes. You understand me? Because
Exactly.
people have their ears to the ground. People are
Yes.
watching because people
Yes.
also think that, one influenced the other.
Yes.
And what I do realize, and correct me if I am wrong, because
Yeah.
I don't see everything, I don't know everything. But what I, Tara Smith Jarrett, was expecting from even the politicians, especially those who are in power, the party in power, and that presence that I was
Mm-hmm.
expecting from them to come out and champion the cause for justice on their political platform. Lend your voice to the cause because they have a voice. They have a presence like none of us down here so have. You understand what I'm saying? And I am
Yes.
still waiting. I am still looking. No, I am not
Tara,
asking them to come out and speak on something that they don't know. Common sense, you can come and condemn the act. And you can come out and talk, say, whoever is responsible, may justice prevail. And we expect you to say it, and you to come again, and you to say it, and you to everything. Fund some sort of campaign where you champion the cause against violence. Pick those people who are capable and ready and fit and rearing to go and do something about it. All them do is them dumb their bulldoze dumb people out. Look here, me not even not talk,
Tara,
you know.
let me say this, Tara, because you see, and right now my blood a boil, my blood a boil because, all right, to be truthful, Tara, that
Mhm.
ever since that this case started, right, the government has not come out in sympathy,
Okay,
right, with the family,
okay.
right? No, let me say this. I don't know if they have. and I may miss that. So if they have and I missed that, I'm apologizing for that.
But if them,
But
I'm not to cut you mistake. But if
yes,
just like when they go insert themselves in at the middle of the funeral for the five with that were killed.
okay,
You understand me? And
okay,
lift up L.A. Lewis from when they. If you are
okay,
championing the cause, don't do it on a no backdoor deal. You understand what I'm saying?
exactly.
Open your mouth just like when you look vote and when you come trick the people with your nothingness. And you come loud and proud. Come out loud and proud, make we see you. Make we understand that you are in solidarity. And you yourself sympathize and empathize with these people and the public at large because the whole of the grieving for Donna Lee, all of us, whether we know or not, the whole fact that we know that it's a sister of the soil, all of us grieving. So you understand me? When you stay behind door, if you do it and they run and be like a secret, one if you keep secret, then
Yes.
not keep secret, make them go.
But
Hurt me
and I
heart.
tell you something. I tell you something. Yeah, it hurt. It really hurts to know that I know. And then I tell you something. And this is one of the reasons why, to be honest, I really respect Andre Stevens as it relates to take up. You understand that flag. And every court date, right? I noticed that Andre is there pioneering,
Present.
right? Every court date, Andre Stevens is there
Mhm.
pioneering the effort, right? And then when you look, right, the government, right, as we speak, right, the Minister of National Security, the
Insecurity.
Commissioner of Police, right, has not, you know, speak out, as it relates to, the situation, right, and said, right, justice need to be served, even if they don't go into detail, Tara. We would
No, because we're
like
not
at
expected to go
least
to
that the government
details.
address the situation, right, and that they're anticipating justice to be served, particularly
They
when we
can make
have
they can make a general address and call
exactly,
Donnelly by name as example. Nobody,
exactly,
no sensible person, no expect them to go up, they go talk details about the case where them not have no right to do. But you can make
exactly.
a general statement and
Make
from a human being to a
ex-
mother that lost her daughter in the manner in which Miss Love lost Donnelly. Come on, man. Come on. You
well
don't need
said, Tara,
nobody to tell you that. You understand
right?
me? The whole of them want put in a one barrel and roll. We don't
Yes.
know what them
And
for.
so, yeah, and so then we have to, and that's why, we are passionate here, right? Wanting and ensuring, right, that justice being done. Now we are not going to stop from talk about Donnelly until that last court date. We are not going to stop, right? So there is no, toning down. We are not going to stop until
Yeah, man, if you keep the
we
pressure,
see that
keep the pressure
justice
on.
being
I
delivered.
I see in your chat right here, so when name Tyler
Yes.
is him say one of my biggest question is where is the government, church, and woman group?
Oh my
And
goodness.
I think I am your licky on the head. And this you nearly make it bust, Tyler. Because this is the perfect question. And we just talk about the non-presence of the government, the lack of the government's voice, those who are in authority. We love chatter of them mouth about everything else except the relevant, except the things that are in front of us, the things that are holding us back, the things that are sending us. Because listen to me, how crime fi stop and how people and that mindset of taking revenge, how that we push on our back when we have things like this, we have shoot in our face, how it will stop. Because when you look, I listened to Donnelly's uncle, and let me tell you something, I am not going to lie, me ball in here. Me listen to her mother and me couldn't hold back the tears. Me listen to the uncle and me, you feel it. And you can hear the grief in the man's voice. And me I said, Where are the
But
people? Church, not for
Tara,
the church people, them. Sure. Okay.
Tara, you pull out my heart. You why you pull out my heart, Tara. I'm going to tell you, hold on, Tara, I'm going to tell you something. The part of this were really hot. And when Jamaican listen to this, and people in the diaspora, when I heard Miss Sophia Love stated that Donnelly and she were in bed, and a call came in,
Oh my God.
and she looked on the call and realized that was Noel call. Hold on, people, I want to go through something and make people put themselves right in Miss Sophia Love's shoes,
Mhm.
regardless of what people are thinking. And that lady, look on that call, and she said to herself, it's as if the angels were speaking to her. Don't give her the food. Don't let you take the car.
Mhm.
But anyway, the daughter recognized that the Dracula car, come on, Dracula car,
Mhm.
and took the phone from her mother. Now, people in the diaspora, that lady, Miss Sophia Love, had seen her loved one, her daughter, walked out,
Where did?
walked out, right? And boarded this man vehicle. Now, let's stop that.
Oh.
Stop it right there. And then after this man, right, kill woman Pitney,
You have the
I go
guts
pick up the phone of the
to call
audacity.
her.
No, hold on there.
Right.
A Bailey man ask for. Hold on. A Bailey man Townsend ask for.
I
Pick up
like
the
how you
phone.
put this, to paint the picture. People just think about it because
Tara,
he would have thought about certain things. You know, so this man and a little bit of wicked. And him who, hey, that boy
just
a
look at it.
wicked. Him was that Ian we massacre we over here some days
Pick
ago.
up the phone after him kill the woman Pitney. And I ask the woman if she sit down and live. No. I wonder if the people them get what me just said. What if the people them just
Boy,
get what me just
wicked man. He not have
said? Eh?
no heart. None.
No, so you tell me now, an ordinary judge, a human being, who would look at that evidence and see what the nasty piece of boy do,
Wicked.
see what the vampire do, see what the drug killer do, after kill human people.
Hmm.
You understand what I say? Of the audacity.
Because you want to send her in
And
a completely different
hold on,
direction.
and him come now. They ask him, babe. Eh?
Of
So now
course.
when the judge look and a callous, hard, cold killer like this, let me tell you something, The lawyer will do what the lawyer has to do. We don't quarrel with the lawyer. The lawyer
At
responsibility.
that time job.
Time
But
job.
mm,
But the Dracula, you understand, who is heartless, you understand,
no brother,
deserve
in cool.
to be lost in the system.
Diabolic.
You understand what I say?
Deem.
And this is the coolness of the brother.
Of course
This
in
is
cool.
how cool that this
Alaska no have
brother
nothing for him.
is, right? Now to tell you how cool this man is. At one point when this man didn't get bail, you know what the man said? Tara, let me remind the public then. Let me remind the public what the man said. when he didn't get bail at one of his bail application. That is daughter. People know what no years on this. That his daughter is crying about him, his daughter missing.
Okay.
Hold on.
So what Miss
Hold on.
Log? So what Miss
Hold
Log
on,
and fear
hold on,
daughter?
Tara, hold on. Breathe a little and see what you hear. Hear the monster.
This only make me blood boil, you
His
know.
daughter, right? Missing. So hold on now. Let me ask him a question. Right? So Miss Sophia Log a board. Eh?
Oh, okay. Let me
I know
tell you
blood
so.
run through Miss Sophia Log.
No?
Eh,
Mm-mm.
Miss Sophia Log is a board. She don't have no
Yes.
feelings.
Concrete.
No, I don't know what ask a boy. I
A
don't know what
concrete.
ask a boy. For sure you say. The boy is sick out of mind.
Let me
For
tell you
even speak
something.
that out of mind.
No,
Eh?
because you see, over the years, and who to tell if this is his first rodeo? Who to tell if this is his first rodeo? Because we're talking
Tara,
now
no
only
there.
because some things don't
Tara,
come. No.
Tara, no good on this so. No good on this so, Tara.
Father
Tara, look
God,
here. You know why me left this so? You know why me left this so? I'm going to tell you why me left this so, you know, Tara. It could be one of the things why him no want take no plea bargain, because if he rat out people, people are going to rat out everything what him do.
okay.
And it may not be in first rodeo.
Talk for talk.
But
Talk for talk. To talk this, me I go talk this too.
yeah. If well, we are go down together, me alone now go down. You
All
understand
right.
me? No. When he speaks like that and talk about his daughter, our daughter missing. Let me tell you something. This thing touched me for more than one reason. Last year, there was this young man who moved in the community where my daughter lives. And he liked me picnic. No, my daughter is not interested, was not interested. And he would call to her, she not pay him no mind, and me hear him say, oh, you're going like you're better than people and blah blah blah. Anyway, long story short, that boy know that she always go up by my aunt, take stuff to her at a particular time, Friday evening. That boy will later or lay later. And that boy grabbed my picnic in the dark. I drag her up the back part of this house. And the throat a close up me attack. Somebody pass and see her slippers in the road mistake. And so me know the slippers. And them hear me picking up there struggling. Hear me tell you. Hear me daughter. Listen, when me they over here so. Me not be a Jamaica, my pitney they are Jamaica. Everybody a call me. Mother, sister, every sister call me, and my brother, my friend a call me, everybody. Till a police from the station a call me. Imagine, I first me know say somebody could just say something and you feel physical pain. Me say my heart stop in here.
Mhm.
You hear me say me say my heart stop. And when I
Exactly.
find myself and my husband a call me and me can't breathe, me dey on my knee. Because me said, Jesus, if this boy will kill me pitney. And this woman, this one, sorry, me kind of get emotional because me hold it from night. You hear me tell you?
Mhm.
I can understand. And when me see people attack this and people, when you want bail to go do? When you want bail, you
Then,
shouldn't have mouth
look
fear
here.
talk about bail. You shouldn't
All
have
right.
mouth fear talk about bail.
But let me tell you something, Tara. Here, Maureen Vassell said Noel even drive go by Miss Sophia after he knew what he done to her daughter.
Yeah,
Look
because he
here.
might create
The boy
alibi
a
and he might
try
create
eye.
all sorts of something to himself. And, I don't know, little bit of dry eye. This boy is
Look here.
dangerous.
I am seeing some traits coming from Noel Maitland as it relates to the same boy that walk kill the 5 persons in Clarendon there. Some similar
Yes,
traits. The selfishness, you
and
understand me,
calm and
sir?
deadly.
Exactly. The carelessness. You
Yes,
understand?
man.
Similar traits. And what you said, it may not be the first rodeo where Noel is concerned. And that's
Yeah, I
why
wonder.
this case, Tara, look, I am telling the people that the surface has not begun to even scratch as yet. You're going to have some revelation, right? You're going to have some revelation. And I just want the people to just anticipate those revelations. Living in sin is no joke, that Satan will make a fool out of us. Lord, have mercy, Arlene. Thank you for that one there. Right? So when you look on all of this, it is really sad. Let us go through some of the chat and see what persons are saying, Tara.
Yes,
And
and Veronica.
saying, I am so hurt about this. I don't know her, but I have daughters, so I feel it so much. When I saw the mother yesterday speak, I cry. I tell you, look here. Let me tell you something. And this is why this case is so extremely serious now. Right? This is what, because guess what? The entire Jamaica know what transpired. Right? The entire Jamaica know what transpired. Right? And the bare fierceness of him, you understand, wanting to seem as if he's innocent. The bare fierceness of this man's style. We don't look at it. Right? After, the whole thing is just there like a book that opened. Right? So let us read some more and see what Dashway the hairdresser.
That's another allegation. That's
Okay, so look. Right? So this is one of the allegations that is also there, you know. That that's how we are hairdresser, you know. It's what is coming on, Tara.
I heard this. I heard this.
So guess what? Right? We may write to say that this is not his first rodeo. We are only saying.
He moved through the whole thing too smooth for a first timer. That is my
Yeah,
opinion. You understand what I'm saying?
exactly. Damaris, I
Okay.
don't feel is him alone either. Moffat, right? I don't know why I am agreeing with you, but I am agreeing with you based on certain allegation that is out there, and that allegation just cannot leave my mind. Where the neighbors, right, stated that okay, sometime after 4:30, they have seen Kathian and another female officer, right there. Tara, when you look on that allegation, Tara, it is not like the neighbor said they saw Kathian, right?
Then they know they want reinforcement. They know they
You
want
understand,
help.
you understand what I'm saying? So, and
Okay.
this is why now I am asking why no charge is not coming as it relates to accessory after the fact, as it relates to aiding and abetting, as it relates to obstruction of justice. And so then
I
I say,
am
well,
waiting.
the only time,
Something must
remember
be
we repeat
happening
this,
behind the scene.
exactly, remember, you know, this is what I'm saying, you know, people, that the only time I am going to take Kathian from my suspect list is if I understand that Kathian, right, is witnessing for the prosecution or for the crown, right? Then I will understand what transpired there. If I know that, me can't understand. So let me say it plain. If I know that, I will not understand it.
You know, make no sense.
It wouldn't make any sense. That is the only thing. You understand? Because remember that Indicom collected statement and they apparently send the statement to the respective persons, right? Where the statement, who the statement need to go to, and they have that, right? That could be a situation of terms of what she stated there and the reason as to why she has not been charged, because she is now being utilized as,
Mm-hmm.
you know, exactly. So I don't want to say too much of that, right? But that is
Yes.
my only reason why I would, right, say, okay, I understand what been taking place there. All right. Me know, me know stuff about him for the 9 years him in the force and nothing
Mm-mm.
him do, but I will leave it alone. He's undercover. Hold on, but watch out now, Papa Jesus.
Somebody just
Watch out now.
somebody just dash out
Wallet,
for worm.
wallet.
Now,
For that worm is a caterpillar.
now, people, please remember that the view expressed there is not the view of Mystic Sensation. But we see it in the chat, put it up again, right? And of course, right, we are going to read it,
Mm-hmm.
right? But Tara,
Say, Papa Jesus.
now let me tell you something. I want to see why the plea bargain is going to be difficult. Tara, you see why the plea bargain is going to be difficult? Mixing say,
Jesus, please.
Maureen, wow.
Like,
Yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
God,
This mom is the word to back foot.
mom is the word.
Somebody
But
beg on one big
true,
zip.
that's no lie. Well, Maureen, don't you think that we are saying that you are lying, you know? It's just that we are saying that the view that you express, right? We don't know about it, right? But no, don't think, Maureen, that we are saying that you are lying. We are not saying that, right?
Mm-mm.
Because we are saying that that could be part and parcel why no plea is not going to come. And
It's just that
let me
because
say
we
this,
don't have evidence about some things, we have to be cautious.
you have to be cautious, right? And
You
it
understand?
is but at the end of the day, right, what Miss Sophia Log really is going through, trust me, it is more than hell, right? It is
The hell is
more than
right.
hell. Eh?
That description is right. Can I tell you the little experience with my daughter? Me tell you already. Me say me
Yes.
heart physically hurt me. Me feel a wall up my chest. At one point, me a call and me I say, look here, somebody carry me. Me think me have a heart attack. That's how I felt. You understand me? You can imagine when things reveal to Miss Log, and she really see her pitting and come home back to her. Eh?
Hey, let
And
me tell you
all of
something,
this
man.
come from the hands of somebody who declared several times before, I am sure, how in love Donna Lee and this. Because of course when you can sit down and your daughter say, all right, mommy, me soon come back, or mom, whatever the case may be, are you okay? So this person is somebody that this woman has trusted over the year. You understand? Because as much as your daughter big, you don't raise an alarm.
Well, put it this way, and let me correct that, Tara. I don't think that based on what I am getting, I don't think that Miss Sophia Love has any form of trust in this gentleman from the beginning. Because number one, the relationship between the
Her
relationship,
trust, but
yeah,
our
the
trust
relationship,
mystic wasn't about the safety. It was about the emotional state of our daughter's heart and mind and all of that. That was the issue,
okay,
not her safety. You understand me? It's say you know hurt me.
okay, we
You
understand what
know,
you're
you
saying.
know, you know we afraid of bun. You know how
Yes,
everybody in Jamaica afraid of bun. I don't want a
yes,
problem with matey. That was it, but we
yeah,
never get the feeling that it's about her safety. So you understand me? I say, the boy had this and that, but so when it come down to this and you look and see, said, and really this all
yes.
sure.
You see,
Them people,
sometime, and I want to take this. to really say to some of our young ladies, that is sometime when time mommy talk to you, listen,
Talk.
right?
Talk, Mystic.
Because sometimes, young lady may get into some relationship and mommy can see certain
Motherly
behavior
instinct.
coming from the opposite gender and
Mm-hmm.
say, look, sometime, daughters, need to really listen. That's why I'm saying that this case here, right, have so many windows to it,
And layers to
right,
it.
and giving so many reflections,
And lessons, life lessons.
life lessons. That's what I'm talking about, Tara. So many life lessons coming from it, right? But one thing we sure know, and I am going to end my portion. Okay, but before I
Mm-hmm.
go, my nephew was taken out by him over a woman in Bushy Park. But Papa
What the
Jesus,
bastard?
what this a going on? No. My nephew was taken out by him over a woman in Bushy Park. Indicom didn't give us any justice. Hey, look here. Tara,
Me heart.
no, and let me say this.
I'm
Let me
sorry,
say this.
Maureen.
Let me say this. So
My
it is just not
God.
Maureen and right other persons coming forward, right, giving their testimony. You understand about this Dracula? Yeah? You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? And so then, no, Tara, there is not going to be any surprise. You understand? From him if he doesn't plead. He wouldn't surprise me and you, Tara,
Mm-hmm.
based on the alleged carelessness of this Dracula here. You understand? So then, when you look at this situation, and let me tell you something, let me tell you something, right? You see, some of us who are parents, and I'm speaking to Noel Maitland father,
My
right? And
God.
I want to put it in a general way that parents, you see, when say you're pitting around, your sons or your daughters wrong, you are not to shield
Mm-hmm.
it, right?
Thank you very
Or
much.
show,
Repeat
or
that. Make
show any
repeat that
shape.
so what we can hear.
Exactly. So let me repeat it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Parents, when you see, if you have situation where your sons and daughters, right, had negative and violent experiences, and you know that they are violent, and you know that they involve in wrongdoing, you must not, as a parent, condone that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that the father, right, should not support him enough,
Mm-hmm.
right? But what I am saying, right, and to be honest, Tara, right, if I am in that situation, right, it would be
Yes.
it would be upsetting to me so much. There's no way I'm going to show up a court. That's all I'm saying, and I'm leaving it there,
Amen.
right? I'm leaving it right there.
And Arlene is saying, you know what, let me read it from here. Can you
Yes.
see it? Can you see it?
Yes, true. Yes, it is true. I am going through this with my 19-year-old disobedient daughter, but I am praying and I plead the blood of Jesus over the situation. And that's why we are pleading to all the young ladies out there, man. Pleading,
Mm-hmm.
begging them, right? Listen to your parents, right? Listen to your parents,
Right by you since the day
right?
you were
Listen
born.
to your parents. They are the ones who brought you into this world, right? And remember that your parents would have experienced certain things before you, So when your parents have put you on a certain path, Your parents are putting you on the path because they love you, right? They love you,
Parents can see what you don't see.
right? I am telling you, all right, none of us right now can really put ourselves in Miss Sophia Love's shoes, right?
True.
We can sympathize with her, but trust me, we cannot put ourselves in that lady's shoes. That pain, that burden that a mother, a natural mother who loves her daughter, loves her children, and for someone, right, to carelessly, viciously took her away like that, right? And no closure is in the horizon. Even that is a burden on her entire body. Not having closure. Not having closure. And you know, I am open. Let me say this here because you know we have to get into Jeopardy. I am open that good God of angels would have touched Noel. And for the purpose of closure, for the purpose of closure, plead with the prosecution. Plead. And at least let the lady have some closure. Let Donnelly free up wherever she is. Because you still hold them at ransom. You're still holding them at ransom. So if you have any conscience at all, which I don't believe you do, and you can look in yourself, if you want to even have a last chance to ask Father God for forgiveness, do this ledger.
You must remember that
Right?
he has a daughter and
Do this. And as my wife said, you have a daughter. You, Noel Maitland, has a daughter. Look into yourself, Noel, and ask yourself if you would like something like this happen to your daughter. Kathian, if you are hearing me anywhere you are, if you are hearing me, if you have already, Kathian, decided to work with the prosecution, right, then, right, I understand that. But as a mother, Kathian, and you have a daughter, right, please plead to your better soul. There's a God, and if you believe that there's a God in heaven that look down on earth, right? Because what can hidden from men cannot be hidden from God. And you take that to the Almighty himself. The lady wants closure. Even if it is disgraceful, even if it is disgraceful to the core, we the Jamaican people are saying to you that yes, we will absorb that. Miss Sophia Log will absorb that. Even if it is so gruesome to the core, we Jamaican prepared now to absorb that. Give Miss Sophia Log some closure. Give Miss Sophia Log some closure. And once again, Tara, thank you so much to be up on the platform with Mystic Sensation tonight, speaking on behalf of this issue. We are thankful for all the persons who come out tonight, right, and listen to us, right? If you wish to follow us, like, share, and always feel to subscribe to the family. We are always willing, right, to intertwine together, grow together as brothers and sisters, right? And as I said, in closure, Noel and Kathy, speak openly to God. And please, ease the burden on the Jamaican people. Ease the burden on Miss Sophia Love. Give her some closure. She truly deserves it. Before you and Donnelly get to this ugly situation, right? You used to may have spoken to her. Please identify the good times that you and Donnelly have and know that Donnelly did not deserve this. And if you have a conscience, please, wherever the splinter may fall, let it fall and give some closure. That's all I'm saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we are going to now turn to Jeopardy. That's my wife's segment. And once again, I really happy for all of you to come out and listen to us, right? We really appreciate that. And Tara, thank you for coming up, Tara. Tara, are you there? Okay, it seems like Tara.
Jamfet is saying, who will protect us if the police won't?
Well, Jamfet, and that's a strong that's a serious question, right? Because the police themselves are carrying out injustice against the people.
Of
And so,
course.
dear Jamfet, asking the question. Tara, any last word coming from you? Any final word?
Well, as we say, watching it unfold, and I am just praying that justice will prevail. We need to have some things in place, something to serve as a deterrent to those who are looking on and get the idea in them head that they too can and will get away and walk with us a slap on the wrist and all those who just don't get any charges against them. And we go have
Exactly.
many more psychological problems going to happen because people are grief, people take it to heart. You know how many people going to come out affected by this more in more than one ways. So
This case
what
is
message
currently
we
affecting
sending?
many people around Jamaica right
Yeah,
now and
talk to man.
in the diaspora
Of course,
right now as we
I don't
speak.
know one person went no grief mistake.
Exactly.
Ah,
Right.
but this was a good discussion,
Thank you very much,
and
Tara.
yeah, very good. And
All right.
I am happy I was here tonight,
I'm
even
really
though
happy
it grieved
to
me.
have you
Thank you,
too.
thank you for
Mhm.
Really
coming.
love. I talked to Brother Jaro earlier today too, you know.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful
Oh.
people. Thanks for listening to me, a babble of Mystic um channel. But we
All
all
right.
you always have
Positive
some nice
vibration,
topics.
Tara. Positive
Yes, man.
vibration.
Yes,
We love it.
yes. And stay
All right.
safe, people.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks.
for that, Tara.
Our co-host is
All right.
Tara Jarrett of Tara J Vlogs and Dialogues. Can go over, guys, and show us some love
Yes,
and
please,
support.
guys, go over, show Tara, support Tara
Sure.
J Blogs and family too. So we would appreciate that. And once again, Tara, thank you very much.
Okay, guys, so we have come to the end of that, what we must say now, information-filled discussion. And thank you to everyone who participated in the discussion. Really appreciate everyone's input. And thank you so much again for your continued support. And India is saying, great discussion, my friend.
Thank you, India.
Thank you so much, India. And hope you feel better soon. Take something for that headache. All right, guys. So now we are going to be going into Jeopardy, the fun and game section where we give away credit. So the gist of the game is like regular Jeopardy that you would watch on television. The question is in the form of a statement. Don't know, I was saying something. The question is in the form of a statement, and the question and the answer is in the form of a question. So if it's a place or thing, it is what is or where is. If it's a person, it is who is, and then the answer.
And there's Donna saying, all good mothers need closure tonight, right? Not just Miss Log. As a mother, I feel it to the bone. So much in agreement with you, Donna Williams. I really, really thankful for, that.
Because there are
comment.
lots more persons
Right?
with similar
Yes.
experiences. So our condolences to each and everyone out there, because there are a lot of things that are going on that has not been highlighted. We're aware of that. So, it's just a cruel and sad world that we're living in today. Tyler is saying, just know that this Donnelly case has broken the chain on the gates of corruption in Jamaica. So true.
Yes, Tyler, I agree with that, because it's a new day is dawning, and because we can see that the prosecution is holding tight, and the judges are on the side of the prosecution. Thank God.
And Miss Jewel in the kitchen is here tonight. Welcome, welcome, Jewel. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. So I'm just gonna bring up the template. Let me just get rid of this one here. Just gonna bring up the template. And we're gonna have 5 winners as usual. Person with the most points win $1,000 credit, Digicel or Flow, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 credit, Digicel or Flow. So let me just share the screen. I think it's share it under this now. Okay, so there we go. That is what the categories are tonight. Mathematics, scrambled words, professions, name the logo, and Jamaican foods. So to start, everybody can just throw out a category and for how many points. And then the first one that I see, that's where we're gonna start with. And to continue on, person who answered the question correctly will choose the next category and for how many points, and so forth and so on. And Maxine Oates, welcome, welcome, happy Friday, saying, let us all continue to fast and pray for justice.
Yes, that's so true, Maxine.
Pray.
Thank you for that input. So right.
Joe say, I have Flow. Let me see if I can win something.
That's true. Why not?
All right, so the first one I see, let me just refresh because persons are throwing out. So the first one I see is mathematics for 500 from Tiffany. All right, so let's reveal what's under mathematics for 500. A 3-dimensional figure in which all of the surfaces are polygons is a 3-dimensional figure in which all of the surfaces are polygons is a, what do you call that? Okay, no problem, Jamfed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. He's saying he's not able to compete fully this week, but will be in and out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And I see the answer that I am looking for. And welcome, David. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining. All right. So I see the answer. So let me just refresh there, and I'm going to reveal it since it's there, just in the interest of time. It's what is prism. All right, so let's see who first came in with that correct answer. And first on the board is David with 500 points.
Okay.
Then Jamfet, but he didn't put what is for the prism. And yeah, so what is prism?
So David is on the winning board for 500 points. David, your time to choose a category.
Oh my goodness, sorry, Tiffany, or internet is lagging.
Oh.
Yeah. David, same there, long time in the background, but good night, everyone. Oh no, I know you've been here, David, and Life with Colleen. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. And Juba, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone who's just joining, and thank you so much for that thumbs up. Okay, let me release the board, David. All right, so there you are. So David got the first one. So he gets to choose the next category, and for how many points. And remember, guys, you need to put what is in front of the answer. If it's a place or thing, and if it's the name of a person, it is who is, and then the name. All right, so the board is up, David. Okay, so yes, Colleen, refresh. Those who, there are some persons who need to refresh, they're lagging behind. So David is saying profession for 300. Profession for 300. All right, she works with scissors in a salon. What's name the profession? She works with scissors in a salon. Name the profession. Remember, if you're answering about person, the profession is a person. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. Remember, when we're dealing with persons, it is who is. Such Jules says I'm slow. All right, so it's who is a hairdresser. Who is a hairdresser, and it's 300 points. Let me release the board now. So let's see who first came in. I see a lot of persons who are putting what is, but I'm gonna go with the first person who is. Sorry about that, but remember the rule is name of person, which is profession. So Tiffany, who is a hairdresser.
So Tiffany?
Yep. So she came first, put who is. And then Empress, welcome, Empress. Happy Friday.
Empress.
Joining in, mixing with a hairdresser.
Okay, so there you go.
Corona with a hairdresser.
Two names venture on the scoreboard. David with 500 points and Tiffany with 300 points.
All right, so Tiffany, you choose the next category, and for how many points? And Jamfet is saying, go Tiff. David said, Jaja, you forgot about the who is. Okay, Maureen, your stylist, okay. All right, so Tiffany, so she's saying unscramble for 500. All right, let's see. Unscramble for 500. Give me the word for those letters. And remember, you have to answer what is and then the word. You solved it already? You know you can't. All right, let me just see. They're saying okay. Welcome, welcome, Sylvita. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining in. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm just going to reveal the board. So what is student? And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody British tonight. I tell you, everybody is a Rhodes Scholar. Everybody running out on it. So let me look carefully, because I don't want anybody shouting at me in any tone of words. Where is Ricky Ricardo? Did he fall asleep? Oops, Tiffany, you had an S at the end. Mixing, you forgot what is. So Empress is what is student. So
Okay.
Empress with 500 points. Mixing fingers still I give him a fight.
Tiffany, just slip that one by just adding an S.
And David added an S to one is
Oh,
Jude. What is
okay.
Tiffany, Sylveta, Giffy, Empress, Maureen.
So there you have it on the scoreboard. David, 500 points. Tiffany, 300 points. And Empress, 500 points.
Yes.
Right, Empress, your time to choose a category.
Yes, Mixin. If you were on the real Jeopardy, you have to put it. What is?
Has to put it. Has to put it.
Right. No, it's what is, because it can be a male or female student. All right, so yes, Arlene. Oh, Tiffany says I'm not hearing. Sorry about that. Jump, you don't mark for spelling. Okay, if Empress is saying math for 400. All right, so there are 6 marbles in each box. The number of marbles in 77 boxes, and it's a double point answer.
Okay.
So 400 points answered correctly, you get 800 points. So there are 6 marbles in each box. The number of marbles in 77 boxes. British bad.
All right.
Eddie is also asking where is Ricky. He was here earlier, and I was just gonna say I'm not seeing Daniel. Daniel running in. Welcome, welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday to you. Okay, Daniel. So the maths bring them out. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. So I'm just going to reveal the answer. What is 462? And I show the working of it, or you arrive at 462, and that is for 800 points when doubled. So let me see who first came in with the correct response of 462. Okay, maths for sorry, that just jumped. And first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. Then, so Tiffany gets 800 points. Tiffany. Mixing. And jump it. No.
Okay.
And about life with Colleen, yes.
So David on 500 points. Empress on 500 points.
Yeah.
Tiffany on 1,200 points. Your time to choose a category, Tiffany.
Okay, no. Okay, sorry about that, Daniel. He says that his internet is lagging. Sorry about that. Okay, Verona also got 462. Oops. Jamford said, come through, goodie.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Tiffany's saying math for 300. All right, so. All right, Aaron is inviting 20 friends to a party. he has 580 cookies. Each friend will get this many cookies. So Aaron is inviting 20 friends to a party. He has 580 cookies. Each friend will get this many cookies. Sorry. All right. Okay. Let me just catch up on this device with the comments. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, so I will not delay in revealing it. So what is 29? And it is 580 divided by 20, which gives you 29 cookies. All right, let's see which Rhodes Scholar first came in with the correct response. All right, so let's see, it says match for 300. So first on the board with the correct response is David, and that is for 300 points. So David, what is 29? Thank you so much for still being here, Sidonie. Then we have Tiffany, Daniel, Empress, Mixin. Job said depends if someone craven or not. And Maxine, Sharon, Maxine, you have to remember to put what is and then the answer. All right, so let's me, there's the board. And you guys are going through it very fast tonight. India said, me give up. Hush, India. Yeah. India said they're on Mystics Veranda. All right, and David says professions for 200. All right, so professions for 200. He works in a hospital and makes sick people better. He works in a hospital and makes sick people better. Everybody should be falling on this one. So quick fingers, Olympic fingers. Olympic fingers. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm gonna reveal it. Who is a doctor? All right, so first on the board, let's do that. Remember, it's a person. Okay, Tatlin, you need to refresh. You're lagging behind. You need to refresh. So she's not gonna hear. Gonna have to type. That somebody type in the chat for Tatlin to refresh, please. Vita said, Mofat, sorry, you're using calculator. All right, so first on the board with the correct response of who is a doctor is David, then Jamfet, Empress.
How much points for that?
And that is 200 points. Let me release the board. All right, so David, choose the next category. Mix in India, Jules, Sharon, Maureen. People answer before Mystic type. Come, Daniel, you're lagging. You need to refresh. All right. Nixon is saying, Colleen, the struggle is real. Also, Colleen came in with who is a doctor. All right, David is saying math for 200. All right, so add the Roman numerals. Give the answer in number 4. So you got no Roman numerals to add. So give the answer in regular number 4. You can't spell. One sec, guys. Want to wash this. I'm coming. Bring it up for you. One sec, guys. I'm coming.
All right, let us see the Rhodes Scholars coming through with that one there. Add the Roman numerals. Give the answer in number form. Let me see what is. Whoa! Boy, I'm so British. Yeah. Up there already. All right, let me see the winner for that one. Let me see. Let me be careful here in terms of selecting the first person. Okay. All right. Look, I'm seeing Moffat.
All right, so Mr. Gilmore, welcome. Happy Friday to you.
Blessed to be served, Daddy Gilly.
All right, so back come through more facts.
Aye.
All right, let's see. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. And what did you do?
Nothing.
All right, one sec, guys. Let me continue sharing because I don't know where the screen went. Let me just continue sharing the screen.
One was certain that I've seen Moffat.
There you go. All right, there's the screen back. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. And I see the answer that I am looking for. And what is 12? So VI is 6. And 6 plus 6 equals 12. So, and that is 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because I mean, everybody run out. No British bad. Yes, a Jeopardy buzzy tonight. Nope. So first on the board with the correct response is mixing with
the Moffat.
word. So what is 12 then? David, Jamfet, Tiffany. Mixing say yes, we get one.
I mean,
And the other
for that.
Marine. All right, let me release that.
So the score as it is, mixing with the Moffat with 200 points add to his name. Empress on 500 points. David on 1,000 points. Tiffany leading the board with 1,200 points.
Okay. Let me do something here. And also, where is Truck Life? Truck Life fell asleep. Okay, let me just do this so I can, because I'm way up with. All right, let's do this. 12. Okay, I can get rid of that. Okay. All right, so Moffat, what Moffat say Ray? Oh my goodness, the chat run away, leave me. So Moffat, let's see what you choose. Professions for 400, and then I'll go back to the chat. So professions for 400. He works with wood and makes different things. He works with wood and makes different things. Name the professional, and remember it is person. So name the professional.
No, if we go and put in the jungle.
Tiffany said Moffat's 2 points you get. Tiffany said I didn't go to school when Roman numerals was being taught or taking place. Mixing say Ray. Tiffany say Abe. No, mixing say Tiffany Abe. They go Moffat's laughing, so it's rejoicing. Moffat say how much for the one there and 1,000.
200 Moffat, go 1,000.
5 times the amount. Okay, so it makes sense that Tiffany disrespectful I call me owl. Bab, person Bab come through more fats. All right. Makes sense. So you sound unsure. Tiffany's asking the same thing. Where is Ricardo? She's asking David.
She's like,
Who say, God, keep up.
Ricardo is on the job, man.
Tiffany said, why Baron not keep him on at his side? And there's a Ricardo drop asleep. You say, Empress say you don't know Ricky there already, Tiff. I know Tiff, I mean not call him. David call him. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. And we know the correct response is, all right, so who is a carpenter? So and that's a 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. My Jesus, now look over there chatting. And look at thing with us say all good things about Ricky, isn't it, people? Everybody does good things about Ricky. First on the board with the correct response is Ricky Ricardo.
How much points going for that?
400.
Wow, Ricky.
Yeah, all good things people have to say about you. Empress who is a carpenter, mixing, Verona didn't get to
Okay, so there you have it. Mixing with the Moffat with 200 points. Ricky Ricardo just greasing the board, 400 points. Empress, 500 points. David, 1,000 points. And of course, Tiffany leading the board with 1,200 points.
Okay, and Tiffany saying, Ricky, glad you reach. Because and there's a Ricardo, you reach. Sniper saying, good night, Mrs. and family. I'm going to work.
Yes,
now.
myself, Sniper.
Sniper, have a wonderful shift at work. Hoping it won't be too hectic for you. All right, so Ricky, you get to choose the next category. Ricky said, me reach, yes.
Come on, Ricky.
No,
Choose the next category.
All right, let's see. Goddess looking at Sniper. Salutations going out from Ricky to person, Statly, printers. Remember, guys, you have to put who is or what is depending. Ricardo says, I want to done the little bats already. 100 points to the Ricardo. Choose your category, Ricardo. You're just running on the board, so
But see, Matsam was done already.
Ricardo is saying professions for 500. Okay, professions for 500. He's so close. He's so close. You see how easy I came tonight, guys?
All right.
Compliment me tonight. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. Mix it with your fingers, man, your fingers. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and is a tailor, and that's for 500 points. All right, so that's for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. So first on the board, who is Taylor, is Ricardo, then Mixin, then Life with Colleen.
So we got
Empress, yes. Moffat laughing. Verona. Since I don't watch the spelling. Ricardo said, not today, when you done the maths. Boy, you cover the abs house already, Ricardo. And Shirley said Taylor. And okay, who said Taylor? Tiffany. All right. So Ricardo is now choosing. You gave Ricardo his points. Okay, he gave you your point, Ricardo. So Ricardo is saying logo for 100. Let me see if you can see that logo properly. Let me just, okay. Name the logo. Oh my goodness, it is so huge on there. Okay, but guys, you guys are getting it. I realize it would be so huge. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm just gonna reveal it. So what is target? Right, so let's see. Trying to know how so much people answer before me, Sharon. These are Olympic fingers and Wi-Fi, alien Wi-Fi. So they're very fast. Or if you're logging, you can refresh to and see. So first on the board with the correct response, what is target is Ricardo, Tiffany, Verona. Remember to put what is okay. You corrected that. Sharon. Oh, no, it's gone. You don't have any hotspot. Hush. And sorry. Then David, Ricardo, no worry if you're safe. And he's saying we'll go for 200. So Ricardo got another 100 points. We took him to 1,000. And he is going straight into another logo for 200 points. Okay, that's much better. Name the logo. Everybody should be jumping on this one. Everybody should be falling over themselves to get it.
So no points up on it.
I'll put it on 100 for Ricardo.
Oh. Okay.
Said nothing down. Oh my goodness. I see the answer, so I'm just revealing it. What is Amazon? And that's for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so first on the board, oops. Tiffany said, me feel so to Ricky, that's why I wanted you to reach. Okay, so first on the board. Oh, that's why I'm calling out to David. Is with what is Amazon is David with, and that's for 200 points. Then Empress, Ricardo, Colleen.
David for 200 points?
Yeah, Verona, Tiffany, David, you said the question before it comes since what is Sharon, what is Amazon? And Phenomenal Motivation. Welcome, saying hello everyone. And David
Bless up, bless up.
speaking in sipping mouth.
So the score as it is, mixing with the Moffat with 200 points, Empress 500 points, Ricardo and 1,000 points, David and Tiffany tie for 1,200 points.
Ricardo said David too quick to cock a fart. And David is choosing professions for 100. All right, so professions for 100. He wears a uniform and catches thieves. I'm going to say the answer yet. He wears a uniform and catches thieves. What's the profession? And remember, it's a person. Oh my God. I'm going to say, Empress, me type as fast as me can, and David done long time. May I tell you? Instead of ask David for telling the trick. All right, and I see the answers. Paula is saying, did not hear the question. Okay. Okay, I repeated it. He wears a uniform and catches thieves. So name the profession. And welcome, Paula. Happy Friday. All right, so let's.
How much points for that? 100?
That is 100 points. And who is a policeman or police?
Or police.
All right, so first on the board with who is a police is Ricardo. Police or policeman, it's the same. Then Empress, David, Mix Moffat's Policio. Colleen, Tiffany, Sharon, Verona all came in with the correct response. So this new school uniform problem, me almost say schoolers. And they say frisky fingers. No, sir, may I tell you. Tiffany saying, Sniper, come back with the hotspot. I beg you, I'm struggling. They say, what is red stripe? Blessed, I'm saying, this is who Noel Maitland should be. Time not hear that saying in a tiff lol. And Ricardo is saying, scramble for 400. Okay, sorry, I didn't really reveal the board. Sorry. All right, so scramble for 400, make a word. Make a word. All right, let's see. Mr. India, all when him come late, it's like him just give them a little lens and say, all right, make them go. Let me just make them go and feel good about themselves, and then him just run in.
Now tell him.
Oh my God. Just running upon them. I tell you, look at the road scholars, Mr. I can't hold them, you know. I cannot hold them at all. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am going to reveal it. What is engineer? So the word is engineer. So, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So let me do my due diligence and refresh.
We used to record it, go for the left them on.
Empress.
Ooh,
What
Empress.
is engineer? Empress. Tiffany, David, Sharon, Verona. Okay, and those are the orders.
Okay,
which it
so
came
there you
in.
have it as it relates to the score, mixing with Moffat and 200 points. Empress, 900 points. Vicky Ricardo, 1,100 points. David and Tiffany tied at 1,200 points.
All right, so
Looking good, looking good.
Ricardo said, Byron, don't call me name.
Leave me alone.
Okay, and Empress said scrambled for 300. All right, form the word. Mixon is saying lol. Tiffany is saying Ricky may have data, but it's loading because it's up tomorrow. Okay. Empress is saying, eh? You know, so you can't always stop. Empress said, lol, Baron, better call your name Ricky, Lord Jesus. Now Empress attack up the things them.
You know, see, Empress, I tell peer life on. Boy.
Mixon said, may I look selfish? That's him said.
I'm waiting for so long.
Yo, Empress butt pan this note, according to Moffat.
Empress is burning up the
According to me
night.
believe Empress. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. You really believe Empress? I make sure, you know, I'm not going to say.
That's 300 points, right?
Yeah, cockroach and this is in a full fight. So
that's
let me still tell.
Empress.
I'm going to refresh and see. Ooh, so for so what is leopard? So let's see, and that's for 300. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh cause my reading don't want nobody shouting at me in any tone of words. All right. So 300 there. Sure, it jumped. Empress. So what is
Empress.
leopard? Then Tiffany. Then David with L. Oh,
What is going
RD could have gone that way, but the word is leopard.
what is going on tonight?
Sure.
The score as it is, mixing with the Moffat and 200 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100. David, Tiffany, and Empress tied for 1,200 points.
Atalala.
What a lala we're going tonight.
Empress allow me a try more fats mixing. Say me a look till me weep. Me couldn't see me couldn't see no word. Hush. Baron, me I go on, you stop calling me according to Ricardo. Colin said, see, scrambled words now work for my hush. Okay, it says it's back, it's connected. Wi-Fi is bad, Daniel. So sorry, Daniel. Thanks so much for
tell
still
lie
being
for me
here.
tonight. Tiffany, I tell lie for me. Empress, I tell lie for me. And Ricky, I tell lie for me.
And Tiffany said, Baron, stop call Ricky name.
Yeah.
Right. And Empress said, Baron, don't call my name because every time you call my name, I never forget.
Well, look, I call her name before this, and she won.
Okay, all right. So Empress is saying scrambled for 200. Make a word. Make a word. Mixing is saying, Colleen, nothing working for me at all. Hush. At least you jump up on the board. 200 points. But, well, it's going to be 6 months tonight.
Hold on, because it look like mixing are working for become 6 months tonight.
Colleen is saying, well, you're on the board, so you have a chance. Yes. Let me see. Nope. Mixing say, hold on there. Oh, it seems like you need to refresh. Yes, wherever you are, you need to refresh. Okay, you might be right behind. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am going to reveal the answer. What is salesman? So let's see who first came with salesman. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress, and that is for 200 points.
So let me
Tiffany, okay, continue.
let me shout the score. Mixing with Moffat, 200 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100 points. David and Tiffany on 1,200 points. Empress leading the board, 1,400 points.
Ricardo said, I Empress, are you me a fella, you know? Mixing say, me see Empress answer before the question, but oh, she more fat to need to refresh. Empress said, Lion more fat to refresh. That needs a good night after 3 p.m. in the 3, I guess, a.m. in the morning. Okay, Tatlin, thank you so much for being here. Happy Saturday to you, and you rest well and have a wonderful and blessed rest of the weekend and a wonderful and productive week. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate your support. And Empress is saying, oh, lol. At the end, Missy, and Missy and see it wrong, Ricky. Okay. And makes me say me refresh now. And scrambled for 100 from Empress. Make a word. All right. Okay, seamless came to mind, but then I said no, it's 1 E in it, yes. And mixing is saying, me no look, me no like hear that 200 points there, no. Delco, Empress said, Delco, I know you see me go, I know you see me go, no, no man. Oh, Jesus, I know you see me no man, and David is laughing. Easy no man, per David. All right. And I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am just going to reveal it. What is managers? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the word manager. And first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany.
Wow.
Oh, she blundered, but then she that is 100 points.
100 points?
Yes, and then she managed to catch herself.
Okay.
All right, then Empress, then Mixon, Ricardo, Sharon, Verona.
So there you have the score. Mixing with Moffat, 200 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100 points. David, 1,200 points. Tiffany, 1,300 points. Empress leading the board, 1,400 points.
And Julie's asking Mixon if he's winning anything. Mixon said, lol, Julie, we have 200 points. All right, so Tiffany, choose the next category, saying logo for 300. All right, let's see. Oops, let me fix that logo. See which again. All right, so you guys should get the gist of that one. All right. British, sir. All right, I see the answers coming in quick and fast, so I am not going to tarry. What is Netflix? All right, let's see who first came in because they came in such rapid succession. First on the board is Ricardo, Empress, Tiffany, Colleen, Mixon, Verona. So Ricardo, 300 points.
Wow,
So Ricardo for 300 points. Funny say, all right, Ricardo also have Sharon.
All right, so mixing with the Mo for 200 points. David, 1,200 points. Tiffany, 1,300 points. Empress and Ricardo tied for 1,400 points.
All right, Mixing said, me not like the phone here. May I go change my phone? Empress said, come through, Ricky. All right, so Ricardo said logo for 400. So cleaning off the board fast. Name the logo. Let me just go down just a little bit. There we go. Name the logo. Look at the pizza people, them. They just a run out, so. I don't know no sign. It's Pizza Hut. All right, so 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so that was just a typo there. So I still have to do my due diligence and refresh. So first on the board is David with 400 points. Then Empress. Tiffany didn't finish that. Ricardo, Mixon, Colleen, Tiffany. Ricardo said no to them. Sharon, but didn't finish putting it on. And David is saying logos for 500 is not tarrying.
All right, mixing with the Mo for 200 points. Tiffany, 1,300 points. Empress and Ricardo tied for 1,400 points. David leading the board, 1,600 points.
All right, so name the logo.
Double
See
point
how British
answer.
you are, and it's a double point.
Double point answer. Who's going to get this banger?
So it is 500 points. If you answer this correctly, you get 1,000 points.
Woo!
All right.
That's a lot of cash for you, buck.
This. Nope. All right, let me bring it all the way. Look at it in its entirety. Sorry, it's a bit big on the screen. I didn't realize it was gonna be this big. So I'll give you a top to bottom view. Nope. All right, I'll give you a clue. Gaming. Think about gaming. It's a logo for a game. I'll give you that clue. It's nothing to do with food. It's a game. If my son look on it right now, he can say what it is.
Carson's a gamer.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So I will reveal it. What is Nintendo? So that is for 1,000 points, 500 doubled. So let's see who is the lucky person. Because I saw two persons come up with Nintendo at the same time. So first on the board with the correct response of what is Nintendo is Empress.
Wow.
Oh, Ricardo said, of course, Mr. That. Look on the Nintendo. It's on there. On the Nintendo Switch.
So there you have it, that big win from Empress. Mixing with the Mofat at the bottom, anyone answer anything from the board, then in poop. He's going to turn 6 bars. All right. Mixing with the Moffat and 200 points. Tiffany and 1,300 points. Ricardo and 1,400 points. David, 1,600 points. Empress, way out there in the lead. 2,400 points. What am I saying?
Bottom lol. Tiffany said me a girl. Me don't know to play a game like that. Yes, a lot of girls know how to play, Tiffany. David said all that could have stay. Ricardo said me a big man no play the game. Mixing say Empress. Cho. All right, so Empress choose the next category. Empress said, thank God for the Chris. All right, so fair scores set.
Yeah, Empress seal up the score tonight.
Makes sense.
Which Empress is looking really good.
All right.
There's a clear potential where Empress can win the game tonight.
All right. Since we got, please make John Fett no come back. All right, so she said Jamaican food for 300. Soup made with callaloo. Soup made with callaloo. What is that Jamaican soup called? Made with callaloo.
Can I answer that?
Narrator cannot answer. I don't know how to whisper. Talking in my ears. No.
Okay.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, what is pepper pot soup? It's a Jamaican card. What is pepper pots? And that's for 300 points. So, let's see who first came in with the correct response. So, first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo.
I'm over the point.
You know what? Let me refresh. Because I didn't refresh. So vegetable. Okay, Ricardo, what is pepper pot soup?
And what is the point?
That was 300 points. Tiffany mixing. So what is Italo? Got us a Baron local Empress name. Mixing pepper pot, Colleen. Okay. Rona Sharon, Dixon is laughing, more facts. Okay, so Ricardo is saying Jamaican food for 400. So, popular dish prepared on the street in a drum pan. Popular dish prepared on the street in a drum pan. Ricardo said, my uncle always cook it. Baron, where you push me for? Where you push me for? I see the answer that I am looking for. What is jerk fowl? That's what I'm change. That's the way I push me.
Oh.
What is jerk fowl? And that is for 400 points.
400 points.
All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, what is jerk chicken? Then
that's 400.
Yes, mixing and a phone and finger mixing. So what is kirk? Tiffany, what is jerk chicken? Empress. Shelly Grandison, welcome, Shelly. Thank you so much.
Blessed Shelly.
Happy Friday. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. Really appreciate each and every one of you. And Mixin said, no, sir. Colleen, what is jerk chicken? Sharon, what is jerk chicken? Tiffany, what is jerk chicken or pork? Ricardo is saying math for 100. Give the number meaning for these Roman numerals. So give the number, regular number, meaning for these Roman numerals. Comrade scholars, me know not jump out. Let me say, them bright is a shame.
I'll put 27. Oh, Empress.
A type of mistake. She makes a correct it. And she not correct it yet. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not going to tarry. So what is 26? So X is 10 and it's 2 X's you have. V is equivalent to 5 and I is equivalent to 1. Therefore, 10 plus 10 plus 5 plus 1 equal 26. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who got that 100 points. So first with the correct response is
Ricky Ricardo.
Ricky Ricardo. Then
So
Shelley,
So let me shout the score as it is.
Mixon, Colleen.
Mixing with the Mofat who soon drop off 200 points. All right. Tiffany 1300 points. David 1600 points. Empress Ricky Ricardo 2200 points. And Empress leading the board 2400 points.
Welcome, welcome, Charlie. Happy Friday to you, Charlie. Running
Charlie
well.
Ping.
Well,
Wagwan.
so far, Empress take the lead. Then you have Ricardo, then David, then Tiffany. How are you, Ricardo? How are you, Charlie? Sorry, Ricardo said to Charlie.
All right.
Said good tool. Ricardo say you see how it's like seaside. Mm. It makes it sound who soon drop off. It's inside Charlie no come for plate if I say Ricky. It's a lady who told me to make pepper pot soup. If I can't eat the callaloo just to get blood in my current situation. Okay. And Ricardo, yes, it's rich in iron. Ricardo is saying food for 200. All right, let's see. Popular Sunday meal. Popular Sunday meal. And that meal can go with any form of protein.
Aye.
Popular Sunday meal. It goes with any form of protein on Sunday. All right. So me just try and break it down so no give me one holy for. My God. Mixing said Charlie no comfort. Oh, Charlie just make a guest appearance and say, look like everyone in blue highlighted. Oh my God, Sharon, they're regulars and trust me, they have Olympic fingers and alien Wi-Fi's. My God. All right, so Charlie say, yeah, nothing else.
Well,
David, oh my goodness.
what Charlie happens there?
I don't know what Charlie against David. What is rice and peas? So let's see who first, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And guys, remember that there is still a double your score left in there.
Wow.
So
that is gonna be huge.
All right. So first on the board, somebody even go give it fried chicken fish. That's what it can go with any protein. Right. Right, you're sure yourself that category chosen already, Ricardo, what is rice and peas? So Ricky Ricardo, that's for 200 points.
Wow.
And then Tiffany, Empress, Colleen, Shelley.
This is quite interesting.
Mixing.
All right. So mixing with the Mofat on 200 points. Tiffany on 1300 points. David on 1600 points. Empress and Ricardo tied for 2400 points.
Ricardo is saying, bad man, Charlie, leave Delco alone. And Ricardo is saying food for 100. All right, let's see. This is Jamaica's national fruit. Now, everybody should be jumping over that. Charlie, I mean, that's even not going to say anything to you right there. So I'm going to leave it right there. So.
How I want Charlie to say.
You see that?
Charlie.
Charlie. That is for 100 points. All right. So first on the board, first on the board with the correct response of what is Aki is David. All right.
You know, some of the laws of one night
100.
until Charlie Pin
You
come
know,
in.
same always come in the same of the comedian and make everybody laugh. So David got 100 points. What is Aki then? Empress, Colleen, Tiffany.
David got that?
Yeah, Shelly. I forgot to put what is mixing. Colleen. Yes, I get this one. Yes, you did. But two persons answered ahead of you. Colleen.
Okay, so the score is mixing with the Moffat in on the scoreboard, not leaving it. 200 points. And Tiffany, 1,300 points. David, 1,700 points. Empress and Ricardo, 2,400 points.
Okay, Colleen, you have to refresh the chat. That's how you know, because once you type,
Does someone leave?
once you respond, hold on, then when you put your answer, it's going to show you as first. But when you refresh, just go and click the live again and refresh it, then you'll actually see two persons answered before you. So that's why I always refresh to make sure of the person. So I call the correct person who answered first. But once you type in, it's always gonna show that you came up first. If you did it quick enough in succession with the others. Ricardo says, humiliate. All right, so we only have one left, and that is food for 500. And this is double your score.
Wow.
Popular Jamaican treat made with banana leaf. Popular Jamaican treat made with banana leaf. Wait, mix and reach on the board. Ross, me think. Why?
This looks serious.
Okay, no problem, Colleen. You're welcome. Rather some day back mixing safe dead with mixing 200 safe according to Tiffany. Colleen, you met me a friend a while ago. Colleen, oh,
Mixing 200 safe.
Okay.
Honestly.
Okay. All right. It's low trust. It's careless people, man. And we need to hide them from the channel. Hold on. Okay, somebody did hide them already. Thank you guys for getting on that right away. Thank you.
Right.
All right, so let's see. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's what is blue draws are dukuno? What is blue draws are dukuno?
Let us see the
All
winner.
right, let's refresh and see who first came in with the correct no Jamaican heritage, you know. But how many people know how to make it? We can't put up my hand.
The problem
We know the name, but how to make it.
can't put
First,
either.
first on the board with the correct response is David, then Empress, and
That's
that
a
is
triple
double,
point.
double your score.
Wow, so
double-
David win
so
the night.
1,000 added and then double the score.
Whoa, 1,000 added?
Sorry, 500 added. No, 500 added and then double the score. Sorry, it's 500 added and then double the score.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay, Tiffany, what is tire leaf? Ricardo,
2,000.
mixing, Ricardo.
And then double score, right?
Yeah, then double that. Servita, That's what the Kakafa no appear guessing. Verona.
So who no want David, who no want David to win?
Keep on with that.
Well, David
Celebrate,
taking away the night tonight on 4,400 points. A winner. All right. So there we have it.
Still no beat.
Right.
Scored for Ricardo.
So the top the person who will win the top credit tonight is David with 4,400 points. And Empress and Ricardo tied for second place. Third place, Tiffany. Fourth place, mixing with Mofat. All right. So that is where the buck stops. All right. So David.
Okay, so congratulations to all the winners tonight. And thank you guys so much for participating and for making Jeopardy another wonderful and exciting game for Friday nights. Really appreciate you guys. David said the race is not for the swift, yes, but for those who can endure to the end.
And she did.
Wait. So, only power that showing at the chat now.
Here I know.
Charlotte said mixing time for you to win, time for you to win, man. And Ricardo said, I double the boy get enough. David said, I guess bad man cannot stop me. So they said, Charlotte before not so advanced, lol. And David said, would you look at that? And David said, such man head must have had him know me win. He's laughing. Empress is saying, I true Ricky come late, you better set on God. Ricardo said, me and like Empress. And Tiffany said, I don't eat it, so it doesn't matter to me how it's made. It's just to continue our heritage. Nixon is saying, lol, who eat blue? And David is celebrating. And David is saying, this no look bad at all. And he's celebrating. And Mixon is saying, Ray. David is saying the race. Okay, I read that. Mixon is saying fourth. Oh, Mixon I put himself a fourth.
Mixing come in. Well, because Empress and Ricardo tied.
Oh, Empress and Ricardo tie?
Yeah.
Okay. Lucky. Okay. Empress is saying, Ricky, what happened to your internet? Ricardo is saying, Moffat's 200 safe, you know. Yes, Mixon is saying, me not like this for me, but me will take it. Ricardo said, me go get a call, Empress. Okay, and Colleen is saying good night. Good night, Colleen. Thank you
Bless
so much
yourself,
for
Colleen.
joining up. Rest well and have a blessed and wonderful weekend. And Tiffany is saying you can give me fifth place. You can give me fifth place credit and laughing. Empress is saying, but of course, Joel, I'm still here listening and cooking. Thank you so much, Joel. Really appreciate you still being here. Colleen is saying congrats to all the winners. Yes. And Sharon is saying, but keep watching when you come on live more. Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
Gotta
you.
keep watching when you come on live more. Thank you so much, Sharon. Really appreciate the support. Really, really appreciate it. And welcome to the family. Also, Verona and everyone that new tonight and has joined us. Really appreciate you guys and welcome. You're always welcome here. Everyone is welcome. And Verona is saying we enjoy it next time. Okay, Verona, thank you
you.
so much. And Mixon is saying, me come forth with me 200, and Sylvita is saying, happy that a female is in the winning. Congrats, Tiffany. Yes. God is saying, oh, who David attack? Mixon is saying, Sylvita. And Charlie is saying, You know what? Not even jump, me just I go leap over that one, then, Charlie. Me go leap over it. And Tiffany said, I need half of mixing credit because I got 1,300 points. I didn't get 200 points. We're not supposed to get the same credit. um, David said, I know him Empress Vibe said, oh, Lord, Tiffany, take your eye off of my credit. David is saying, the bad mind one, the Tiffany said, dead with laugh mixing. Me na finger out of who are the one pin. Because they saying Empress, you know, say oh. Put a pin. And Empress said, Mr. Ricky and Phil Vita saying, what you win more Vita saying, the last you come. Oh, he came. Yes, but he's still on the
He's still on the board. So
five winners, one first
Yeah.
place and 4 runners up.
so Moffat will get is 500.
So he gets
Dollars
$500 credit. The 4 persons get $500 credit, and the overall winner with the
Good.
most points gets
$1,000
$1,000 credit. Yes, and it means I always have to vet Charlie's comments. I may get myself in a trouble. The flow. Okay, so David wants it to this 408 flow. So David 408 flow.
Okay. David 40 what?
408 flow.
408 flow.
Okay, and Sharon is saying you're welcome. Keep up the good work and also keep my
Thank
family
you,
in your
Sharon.
prayers on this Maitland
Yeah,
case.
most
Definitely.
Most definitely.
And Empress is saying send mine to the 223 flow. 223 flow for Empress.
Empress?
223 flow.
223 flow.
Anybody new on there? So everybody have their numbers already.
Okay.
Okay. Since I come 14 now, take 5th.
Man, I said safe.
Come forth.
But he's right. He can.
Come forth. Because there's so much flow people in me. I tell you, Tiffany said, love how Sylvita the mixing. What you win with nobody behind you. And Julie saying, well, you have to share with me your 4th prize, lol, mixing. Mixing is say, and mine should be sent to the 880 digi for mixing.
For mixing.
Mixing 880 digi.
880 digit.
Digi.
Okay.
Um
Anybody else?
Peter said Moffat sent 25 out of your winnings. And Charlie saying for trend, congratulations, Moffat. Okay,
Tiffany?
saying check it the ending of the number, please.
Tiffany,
Okay, definitely
519
we'll
flow.
do that, not making that mistake again.
Tiffany
Empress.
519 flow.
Okay, Tiffany's 519 flow.
519.
Oh, Charlie, I'll be praying for you. I will pray for you, Charlie. You know, easy at
And so Ricardo is number remain the same, right?
Yep.
Right.
Hold
Okay.
on. Wait, Ricardo sent 8 flow for me. 538
Ricardo?
flow for Ricardo.
Okay. 538 what?
538 flow.
538?
Flow, yeah. And before Sharon goes, she's saying, Noel, Bangarang, I go take you, Noel, no Christmas, no New Year.
Remember me told you, Sharon, right? And that is the least that he is getting more pressure left to come. So we are making him know that. Him missing Christmas is just the least of his pressure.
Okay, so let me see. Ricardo is saying, come add me on WhatsApp so I can watch on the status. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we need to add up quite a number of, because we
Mhm.
haven't really set that up yet. All right. Percent who for status you want watch Ricky? Ricky say everybody. All right. It makes sense. Say big up Charlie. Vibe send, but I saw your love watch. Yes. We're not sending any discredit more fat move. No changes, no changes, no change mine to the 5-3. Okay, you did. I did tell you to do that.
Mm.
Okay, send it on Instagram. Okay. All right, no problem, Ricardo. Okay, everybody add me, make Empress give me my number per Ricardo. Sharon said pressure under him tail.
Yeah, Sharon. Real pressure you might get. You not get nothing yet. Real pressure.
All right, Mixing is saying, did you have fit in the mix? Ricardo said, no, did you this week more fats? Go ahead. And Empress, oh my goodness, that's the device. It's so, you know what? Let me go back to the phone because I am straining my eyes to read that. And Empress is saying, me no want no bangarang in a me chat, so I don't want to watch anyone's status. Lord, okay, since me no win nothing, me I go eat my turn cornmeal and my shrimp people. But take some of that now, Joel. Enjoy. Enjoy your meal and thank you so much for joining. And to everyone in the chat in television land and also our silent supporters, I'm going to say good night. I'm going to say thank you so much, guys, for joining. Really appreciate each and everyone being here and welcome to all the new members of our family. And thank you for subscribing, sharing, commenting, and making the discussion as lively and interactive as it was, informative and a lot of food for thoughts, and also for making Jeopardy the fun-filled game that it is. And congratulations to all the winners. Really appreciate each and every one. And I am what if I said the one bear and love run when the live finish? Come come catch your butt. Come catch your butt. I lie. Oh my god. All right. So, guys, have a wonderful and blessed weekend and a wonderful and productive week. And each and everyone, please stay safe, walk good until next week. Bye. Love you all. Keep blessed.